Herzlich willkommen bei Scotia Spirit heute Abend. Vielen Dank und ihr seht schon, wir haben dieses Mal Live-Publikum mit dabei. Herzlich willkommen natürlich hier im Raum und vor allem auch ein herzliches Willkommen an alle Teilnehmer und Teilnehmerinnen heute Abend, die über ganz Deutschland verteilt sind und uns zuschauen. Ich weiß, dass Teilnehmer aus Berlin, Hamburg, aus dem Münchner Raum dabei sind, sogar aus Holland sind ein paar dabei und natürlich ganz viele hier aus dem Raum Köln, Düsseldorf. Schön, dass ihr alle dabei seid. Es ist nun 2 Jahre her, dass wir ein Online-Tasting gemacht haben. In der Zwischenzeit, wie ihr wisst, waren wir ganz viel hier vor Ort für euch da, in unzähligen Tastings, auch das in Zukunft. Aber es war mal wieder Zeit, ein Online-Tasting zu machen. Und dazu ist die alte Crew zusammengekommen. Und damit freue ich mich sehr, dass Peter Kohl wieder dabei ist. Peter, du warst am Mann der ersten Stunde, als wir hier gemeinsam das allererste Online-Tasting gemacht haben. Und die technische Crew ist wieder da, Klaus und Ulf, die unglaublichen technischen Aufbau hier gemacht haben. Ja, wir machen wieder ein Online-Tasting und natürlich haben wir uns gedacht, Online-Tasting kann jeder. Wir machen es besonders. Erstmal natürlich wieder eine klasse Technik, die hier aufgebaut worden ist. Klaus, hast du mal ein Bild aus der Total, dass man sieht, was hier so los ist. Und dann haben wir uns gedacht, wir wollen 10 Whiskys vorstellen. Das wird ein langer Freitagabend. Stellt euch auf entspannte 4 Stunden ein. Wir sind ja jetzt schon, ich sehe gerade die Uhr, ein bisschen sind wir jetzt schon am Hängen. Gerade erst angefangen. Das holen wir wieder raus. Vielleicht. Aber stellt euch mal ein bisschen Zeit ein. Und die große Besonderheit des heutigen Abends ist natürlich, dass wir zu den 10 Whiskys, die wir euch jetzt vorstellen werden, auch 10 Vertreter der jeweiligen Whisky-Marke online mit dabei haben. Die schalten wir jeweils dazu, live. Und alle 10 sind natürlich Hochkaräter der schottischen Whisky-Industrie, kommen alle live aus Schottland gestreamt heute Abend und waren von Anfang an begeistert mitzumachen, dem deutschen Publikum was über ihre Whiskys zu erzählen, ein bisschen mit uns ins Gespräch zu gehen. Und wir freuen uns wahnsinnig, dass alle dabei sind und das wird dadurch ein spannender Abend. Peter, wie geht's dir heute Abend zurück nach 2 Jahren zum Online-Tasting?
Weißt du noch damals, wo wir dann die 2 Armlängen Abstand halten mussten? Aufregend wieder da zu sein in so einem Online-Tasting ist echt eine ganze Weile her. Aber ich sag mal, ein Tasting mit 10 schottischen Referenten, das macht man auch eher nicht in Präsenz. Also insofern bin ich jetzt mega happy, hier auch nochmal so dabei zu sein. Manche nutzen den Chat auch schon, also ihr könnt euch gerne im Chat beteiligen oder ihr könnt eine E-Mail schreiben an team-scotia@scotia-spirit.de und dann können wir versuchen, eure Fragen auch an die Referenten weiterzureichen. Ansonsten freue ich mich auf das, was kommt.
Es wird ein herausfordernder Abend, wir müssen 10 Whiskys trinken.
Das ist schon was für Profis.
Und wir haben uns natürlich extra tolles Wetter ausgesucht. Es sind draußen geschätzte 31 Grad. Hier drin muss man die Klimaanlage ausschalten, die war zu laut. Und die Strahler machen irgendwie auch noch Licht und Wärme. Man fühlt sich so ein bisschen wie in ganz alten Studiozeiten, als die Strahler noch richtig viel Licht gemacht haben und sehr warm gemacht haben. Also echte Studioatmosphäre, Klaus, hast du gut gemacht.
Ja. Aber es ist schon auch gut, dass die Maske ganze Arbeit geleistet hat. Alle Falten weg, alle Spiegel raus.
Mal gucken, ob sie hält, die Maske, in den nächsten 4 Stunden. Gut, also wir können loslegen. Wir wollen auch gar nicht mehr so viel erzählen, damit die ersten Referenten, die jetzt schon im Chatraum warten, bereit sind. Und den ersten, wir haben uns so ein bisschen überlegt, wie welche Reihenfolge machen wir das denn heute Abend. Und da keine Dame dabei ist heute, leider beim nächsten Online-Tasting gucken wir, dass auch mal eine der großartigen Damen dabei ist, die in der schottischen Whisky-Industrie aktiv sind. Und wir haben uns dann überlegt, dann können wir auch offen über Alter sprechen und deswegen haben wir das größtenteils alterssortiert. Und ganz nach hinten raus gibt es einen kleinen Sprung, aber warum, erklären wir euch, wenn es dann soweit ist. Das dauert aber noch. Und wir wechseln jetzt ins Englische.
Genau. Ihr könnt natürlich Fragen trotzdem auf Deutsch stellen. Der Großteil des Tastings wird auf Englisch sein, aber wenn es irgendwelche Schwierigkeiten gibt, meldet euch bei uns und wir gucken, was wir noch irgendwie übersetzen können.
So machen wir das. Und damit kommen wir zu unserem ersten Whisky heute Abend und damit auch zu unserem ersten Referenten. Klaus, ist der Kollege schon da?
Billy ist da, ja.
So that's a warm welcome to Billy Walker. Billy, good evening. Good to see you. How are you?
I'm okay. Glad to be here.
We can hear you. Do you hear us?
I hear you perfectly.
Fantastic. So you are the first one tonight. The technique seems to be okay, and we can see you well. Is it in your private living room where you're sitting?
It's in a small room at the back of the house, actually.
Okay.
And it's amazing. It's amazing I've been able to connect because I am truly the ultimate Luddite when it comes to IT.
So we are glad that you're here and that we can talk about Glenallachie, about the news about Glenallachie, one of your whiskies. Everybody got a sample and can join the whiskey tonight also. We had a Glenallachie 10-year-old, what we decided that you could introduce. The 10-year-old is, I would say a classic, but it changes all the time, isn't it? And we have now batch number 12. Here it is.
Yeah, we're looking at batch 12, yeah.
So here we have it. Batch number 12 of the Glenallachie 10-year-old. And I wondered, how do you do them? So I tried maybe most of them from 12 batches. They, in general, all very good, but I can feel they are different. Is it just because you don't have enough casks to reproduce it, or do you in purpose make them different?
I think it's certainly on purpose, Peter. And our ambition is not to achieve consistency of quality. Our ambition is the pursuit of perfection. So we are, with every batch of the cask strength that we make, we're always looking to advance quality. This particular batch is interesting. In a sense, this particular batch incidentally got a very, very high rating at one of the recent international competitions. It got a 93. And you have to drill a little bit deeper to understand what we're trying to achieve with the cask strength 10-year-old. In this case, the structure was 45% PX, 30% Oloroso, 15% American Virgin, and 10% red wine. And before we taste the best experience of all, to try and understand what we're trying to create and what flavors we're trying to build into the various building blocks, the structure of the 10-year-old. The PX, what we expect from PX is we want to get flavors such like cherry cake, cherries. We want to get some spices like cinnamon, nutmeg. From the Oloroso, our expectation is raisins, dark chocolate, mocha. From the American Virgin Oak, our expectation is honey, vanilla, coconut. And of course, very importantly from these casks, we're getting infusions of spice like cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, orange peel. And interestingly, the red wine contribution is not so much for a flavor contribution. It's much more to get some of the tannins into the whiskey formulation to actually enhance the mouthfeel. And that's kind of the approach we take to structuring all of our formulations, in fact, but in particular with the Glenallachie 10-year-old. The one you're tasting tonight is about 59.7%. We would encourage you to taste at that strength. If you have to add water, of course. And on the nose, you might actually add a little water to actually experience the full explosion of the kind of organoleptic, the nasal experience.
I mostly get the American casks.
Yeah, on the nose, you're certainly getting vanilla and honey, and you should obviously be picking up some ginger, some cinnamon, just hints, layers of dark chocolate and mocha, some orchard fruits, maybe some stewed cherries. Slange on the palate. Notice, Peter, I've taken the advantage of having 2 glasses, one at cask strength and one with a little bit of water added.
And would you, after the first sip, which we take in cask strength, would you recommend some water, or would you say, no, leave it like this?
Listen, Peter, you drink it the way you feel comfortable, but, our kind of promise to ourselves and our promise to the whiskey drinkers are, anything we put in the bottle should be comfortable on the palate. You shouldn't need to add water. However, if you choose to add water, that's okay. Drink it the way you're comfortable.
I noticed that on the bottles, you usually don't talk about the cask that you use.
No.
And the 10-year. Would it be a good idea to do that?
I think that's an issue you have to take up with our marketing department, Peter. But yeah, listen, to give as much information as possible is helpful. And in many ways, it raises lots of interesting and different questions. Where do these flavors come from? When you're looking at, I think I've had this conversation with you before, Peter, that 70% of the flavor we believe comes from the experience in the cask. And with the various casks we're using, the American virgin oak casks they're toasted and they're charred. And what happens then is that the structure, the chemicals that are in the wood, like the celluloses, they start breaking down into sugars like fructose, maltose. And then when you char the wood, these sugars then are caramelized. You get treacle notes, you get toffee notes, vanilla and honey. And so there's a real science behind the actual flavor that you experience in the whiskey. It's the science is fascinating. And all we've talked about is blending is an art or a science. Actually, it's a little bit of both. It's instinct, it's art. And the things that you do, when they work out, the science will explain why it's happened.
And do you use only fully matured casks or also finished casks for creating the 10-year-old?
With a 10-year-old, it's double maturation, sometimes triple maturation, but almost all of these casks have started their life in fresh American barrels, maybe for 5 or 6 years. And then they go into secondary maturation in the sherry casks, the Olros, the PX, and the Dutch cask, and the red wine cask. So they start their life, and it's important to start their life in the American barrels, but that's where you capture a lot of the toffee notes, the treacle notes, the vanilla, the honey, the coconut. The second period, when they're in the virgin oak, the red wines, and particularly the sherry casks, that's when we picking up the kind of dark chocolate, the mocha, the cherries, the Christmas cake.
I really like the mocha notes and the dark caramel. Peter, what do you think about the whiskey?
It's an amazing whiskey, and what a start into the tasting. To start with a 10-year-old cask strength whiskey like this one, it's amazing. Yeah. So
it's a
good luck, Peter.
Oh, excuse me, I didn't get you. So it's Peter is right. It's a fantastic start in the tasting, and of course a fantastic start to have a knowledgeable person like yourself really to join us for the first whiskey tonight. And I think most of us that are watching are whiskey geeks. They know their drums, and so it's, I think, okay to start with a cask strength whiskey, isn't it?
Sure.
I would say so.
Yeah. And it's I noticed I visited you a couple of weeks ago, and I had a great drum at the distillery. Unfortunately, it just arrived a couple of days ago here, so we couldn't use it for the online tasting. Maybe next one. I want to talk a little bit about it. It's a Centage. You can see it here. Centage. That was one of my questions already answered. How do I pronounce it? Centage.
Centage is Gaelic for synthesis.
And that's a fantastic whiskey. It's the first whiskey, from my knowledge, that was matured in Pedro Jimenez and chinkapin.
Yeah, it's a good combination, Peter. Interesting. They marry beautifully, and the reaction to the Centage is quite remarkable. I'm not sure that there's anything left in stock, but the combination is, what were we expecting from this combination? We understand what the PX will bring to the flavour profile. It's going to bring you Christmas cake, cherries, some spicy notes. But interestingly, the chinkapin unusually brings things like anise, licorice. It's an unusual style of cask. And my belief is that historically, blenders were a little bit nervous about using chinkapin. But fully understanding how the casks behave and react, you can very quickly understand why they're unique casks. And if you use them properly and in the proper ratio, they give you a wonderful delivery.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of chinkapin since I had the first ones from you, and I even like the fully matured single casks of chinkapin. They are fantastic whiskeys, but they're also getting a lot of flavor into the whiskey. And I heard also in tasting, some people said, "Oh, that's too much for me," but you need a little bit time to work with it, and then you will appreciate a chinkapin matured whiskey. But in this case, with the Pedro Jimenez matured whiskey, fantastic combination. I like it. Quite sweet. I like the sweetness of it, but also spices in it. And I was amazed already in the distillery a couple of weeks ago, and now we have it here, and fantastic new whiskey for us.
I can tell you, Peter, within this series, there's going to be some very, very interesting releases.
Can you say more about the future releases?
I think on pain of death, it's impossible.
I think we are all very confident here. It's just not confident, confidential. We are very confidential here. It's just social media, so nobody will notice.
Yeah, okay.
That's a hint.
I think we're passing that one, Peter.
But what would you say is, what can we expect from Glenallachie in general for the next decade?
I think, I've already said this to you, Peter, that we probably, in the round, we've achieved 90% of the quality we're looking for. The pursuit is now on to achieve the next 10%, and we can also expect that we started the process of owning and producing in the middle of 2017. So, and at that point, we did a number of changes. We changed the cut on the spirit still. We wanted to make it a little bit more muscular because we knew that the casks that we were maturing in were going to be very rich in terms of flavour contribution. So we wanted to get the balance right. We didn't want the spirit to overwhelm the cask or the cask contribution to overwhelm the spirit. We also introduced long fermentation, and that was in itself unusual for the industry. And the challenge is to achieve 140-hour fermentation without creating kind of hygiene problems. But what we were looking for is additionality. We wanted some more esterification to happen in the fermentation. We wanted some oxidation to happen. Have we achieved that? Yes, I think we have. And I think we can look forward to, with confidence, when we bring, and the first product we'll bring to the market that's been 100% produced with our conceptual ideas introduced will be probably a 10-year-old, and it probably will appear in this at some point. But that won't be until about 2028.
So 10-year-old will be the first whiskey produced from Glenallachie Distillery. Not
100%. No, I don't.
No?
I don't think so, Peter. I think it'll be a 10-year-old.
Good. By the way, I remember an interview years ago that we did, and at that time you said definitely 10-year-old. And I remember also a couple of years later you said maybe 8-year-old, but that's off the table now.
I think that's off the table.
Good. So we're looking forward to the new 10-year-old. And in a technical question, I recently had a chance to try a spirit from a Spacer distillery, and I had the chance to try 2 different cuts from the distillery. The spirit, it was not matured, just the spirit. And I was amazed how different it was. What would you say, how important for a final whiskey is the cut that you choose or you decide for the whiskey, for the spirit?
Listen, Peter, the cut defines the personality of the whiskey. That's the base personality of the whiskey. I mean, when we took ownership and took full control of production, our intention was to make the spirit a little bit more full-bodied. And what does that mean? We wanted to capture all of the esters, but we wanted to also introduce some higher alcohols, a little bit more N-butanol, N-propanol, and amyl alcohol. These are long-chain alcohols, and in the actual maturation process, are very important terms of what's happening in the cask. So you get some very interesting styles of esterification in cask. So that was a very important. The cut is so important. It defines exactly who you are at that point, and much more importantly, who you can be in 5 years or 10 years.
So then you might have more chances to produce what you want to have instead of the big boys, the big companies that might not have the ability to change cuts as they want to have it, because they're predominantly producing for the blended industry, and they might not do that.
Well, that's probably true, Peter. I won't answer on their behalf, but for sure, the other thing, if you're a big company, you've got a lot of well-established brands with a defined personality, defined DNA. So they would be probably very reluctant to tinker around with the actual cut of the spirit.
So fantastic whiskey that you introduced to us tonight, Billy. Let's see. Are there questions from outside? That I think there are hundreds of questions, but maybe an interesting question, Peter.
There are some comments that the people like the whiskey, and we are working on the audio quality. We have worked on it, so should be fine now. But so far, no more questions for Billy, but the people are stunned by the whiskey.
Any questions from the live audience here? That's your chance to ask a question. They are all so overwhelmed by the quality.
Peter, remind them there are no stupid questions, only stupid answers.
Did you hear that? Of course you heard. So feel free to ask a stupid question. If not, Peter will have a stupid question. As he usually has, and we've been talking a lot about whiskeys, and I give the stupid answers then. But now you have Billy Walker to answer stupidly.
Okay, well, I'm not prepared for a stupid question, so let me think. So do you think we are going to see, I mean, as you are very much into the wood theme, do you think we will ever see wood that is not oak in Scottish whiskies?
I think it's very unlikely to redefine what Scotch whisky is. I'm pretty sure, Peter, that won't happen. But in the event that it did happen, we would be quite interested in working with chestnut and even cherry wood. Not sherry, cherry. But look, it's kind of it's theoretical because knowing the tradition and the integrity of the Whiskey Association, that's unlikely ever to be put across them as a possibility.
I have got a question.
Oh, there's a question from the audience.
Maybe I missed it in the beginning, but what is the story behind the name
Which name?
of the whiskey?
The Glenelachie 10-year-old?
Yes.
There isn't. It's just a distillery name.
But there is actually
The new one, the Sentage.
Yes, exactly.
The question is about the Sentage that we don't have in a glass tonight, but we introduced it here. And what's the story behind the name Sentage?
the Syntish is the Gaelic, the Scottish Gaelic for synthesis.
So bringing something together, synthese.
Fusing and synthesis.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Thank you for your question. And cask is very interesting. I would give you the name Master of Virgin Oaks, and I had a lot of very fascinating Virgin Oak matured whiskies from you. What kind of Virgin Oak can we expect in future from Glenelachie that we didn't have yet, like chinkapin, Hungarian, and Mizunara and all that? By the way, my big recommendation is the Mizunara 21-year-old from last year. Fantastic whiskey. Just to have mentioned that.
And just to add to this question, there's a question from the audience whether there will be a German oak finish be available.
The answer to that question is yes. There will be a German oak, but the ones that stand out as being very different are we're working with some Mongolian oak. The reason is that we believe that Mongolian oak is the same genus as Mizunara. It's the same latitude as Hokkaido and relatively the same temperature weather conditions. We're also looking at Colombian oak from South America, and I can tell you it's fantastic. We've been following the development of that very closely. Gariana from the US of A is showing some wonderful promise. So listen, there's lots and lots of things we're doing with different oak genuses. And a classic, this is a very interesting one. We collaborated with the local cooperage. So we put together barrels that were 50% Scottish virgin oak and 50% French oak. So every alternative stave was Scottish and the other ones were French. And I can tell you that we've already taken a first maturation in Oloroso and transferred them into these casks, and the development is absolutely brilliant. It's going to be a beautiful release, and that will come out within the next 18 months.
So did I get you right? You have one cask with different kind of staves in it?
Yes.
That's fascinating.
Alternatively, Scottish Virgin, then French Virgin, Scottish Virgin, French Virgin. And one head is French, one head is Scottish Virgin.
I'm a big fan of Scottish oak, but very hard to find. I guess you don't have much oak in Scotland.
Well, we've got lots of oak, Peter. The problem is Scottish oak is difficult to work with. The coopers particularly, they're not fond of working with Scottish oak. Difficult to work with, difficult to cooper. Classically, though, they are beautifully spicy, as well as having the traditional honey, coconut, vanilla, butterscotch. They have wonderful spicy notes, very expensive.
Thank you very much, Billy Walker. I could talk to you for hours, but we have more whiskeys to go. But we will see us soon here in Cologne.
Yes.
And you will attend a whiskey tasting. So to everyone who wants to know more about Billy Walker's whiskey and Glenelachie can join our tasting here live at Scotia Spirit. It's October 10, Friday night. And we're looking forward to that fantastic tasting. And we're looking forward to have you back here in Cologne, Billy. That will be great. And I guess we will meet before in Scotland and in the distillery.
I'm sure.
And for now, maybe stay a couple of minutes and maybe you can meet your colleague, from Glasgow. Maybe you're also in Glasgow, near Glasgow now, I guess?
Yes, at the moment, I'm just 20 miles from Glasgow.
We have now Fred Laing with us, and I guess you know him quite well, aren't you?
Hi, Fred.
Good evening, Billy.
How are you doing?
Good evening, Fred. Fred, good to see you. Welcome to Scottish Spirit.
Jode dag allerseits. Es ist immer eine große und wahre Freude, wieder mit meinen jetzigen und zukünftigen Freunden in Deutschland zu treffen. Danke für die Gelegenheit.
I don't know if you got it, but here was a big applause in the audience for your fantastic German welcome. Well done, Fred. Excellent. I know that you speak really good German. We had chats for hours in German, didn't we?
Mein Deutsch ist schrecklich, aber ich glaube, dass unsere Scotch Whisky ist viel besser als mein Schule Deutsch. Billy, it's nice to talk to you, Billy. I feel very uncomfortable speaking to you after the Boffin, the numero uno, that number 101 follows you. But really nice to see you again.
And you, Fred. Great to see you. You're looking good.
Hanging, as they say, hanging together.
Well done.
It's fantastic to have some two of the very, very big figures of the Scottish whisky industry in the same time with us. That's, of course, the benefit of online tastings and the new technique that we can use. And, of course, thank you for doing that and for being with us. And we have on one side the owner of you have two owners of distilleries, by the way, because Fred is also owning Strathern Distillery. And but mostly Douglas Laing is an independent bottler. And I think you have also some Glenellichys in your stock,
but
don't
do
you?
not tell that in front of Mr. Walker, please. He will be trying to repatriate the stock.
Yeah.
But the whiskey we're talking about tonight, the Scallywag Noir, does not contain any Glenellichys. It's too expensive for us to put into Scallywag, Billy.
Hi, right, yeah, Fred. So pleased.
But
if I'm allowed to ask this question, Billy, in nowadays where Glenellichys is not anymore with the previous owner, would you still sell casks to independent bottlers, or is this period over?
It's not so much the period's over, Peter. We took a decision that we would not sell any casks into the third estate, and even my son is not allowed to buy a cask. Particularly, my son is not allowed to buy a cask. Listen, and Fred well knows this. The independent bottlers were incredibly important in the evolution and development of the single malt sector of the market. It would be absolutely ridiculous not to recognise the role that they played, but that's not the reason why we don't supply. We're comfortable owning all of the stock that we made, and it's just it's a decision we took in principle right at the start of ownership, and we haven't changed.
Quite right, Billy. If I was in your position, I would do the exact same. Fully understood. But strangely enough, Peter considers us, in terms of the introduction there, as an independent bottler. We actually still see ourselves in the same light that my father started the business back in 1948, where we are actually blenders. Now, we do release single casks, and the single cask business has been very important for the growth of the company. But more and more, we see a focus back on the essence of what my father would regard as the blending business. Now, back then, he only had two brands, the King of Scots and the McGibbons. The McGibbons is my mother's side of the family, and Douglas Laing is obviously my dad's side of the family with the King of Scots. And I think probably 35, 40 years after his death, he would recognize more what we do now with our modestly entitled remarkable regional malts.
Yeah,
because we've got quite a wide selection of regional malts that we blend to our own specifications. So I think we've come full circle from blenders of King of Scots and McGibbons selling into Europe and South America back in the late 1940s, 1950s. In fact, Peter knows that the first customer that my father had for King of Scots, beyond those that he inherited from the American company, was actually a gentleman called Herr Haberland from Bremen. So my father's own first customer was German, and then he spread out his sales into the rest of Europe through the 50s and 60s. So I think I'm just making the point that my father would recognize what the company does today in terms of the blending capacity we bring to the operation.
Listen,
a little bit.
You guys are a real whiskey company. You guys are a real whiskey company.
Kind of you, because you're pretty good too, Billy.
Listen, Peter, you need to get on with the tasting. Listen, Peter, I'm going to excuse myself, and I've got to go for a meal, but I might join you later again.
Fantastic. See you later then, and enjoy your meal for now.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Billy Walker, for being with us.
Good to see you. Now, there is a lovely gentleman.
And Fred, of course, I introduced you as independent bottler, but yes, definitely, you are a blender and very successful, I can say. When I see in our shelf, we have a shelf for the remarkable regional malts, and it's the fullest shelf of blended malts. The variety is amazing. The quality is amazing. And so from my point of view, you're one of the most successful blenders under all the companies that I know. And I really like the regional malts. We had recently one for ourselves, so Cologne edition, or not one, more. And we're looking forward to the next Cologne edition, which will be a Timorous Beastie this time. But for tonight, we have a fantastic whiskey, which is the Scallywag Noir. Very nice packaging, first of all. And then also, maybe I take out this whiskey because you have to see it in a full bottle. It is literally noir, so really, really dark.
You know,
and we can.
I saw it. I saw it for almost the first time 2 Saturdays ago when I was doing a whiskey tasting in Ayr for the Ayr Malt Whiskey Company, and because this has been my daughter Cara's baby from the start, and when I saw the bottle, I actually thought it was similar to our Galdrins bottle. The Galdrins bottle is a black bottle, and because there was no light shining behind the noir bottle, I did not realize it was what we call white flint. It was clear glass, because yes, indeed, it is dark. I was checking the word for treacle in German, which is the liquid molasses, and I understand the word is sirop, if it is as dark as that. And like all our remarkable regional malts, we add no color. We do not play with it, because we always believe that coloring actually does have an impact on the flavor content of the bottle itself.
Oh, that's very interesting, especially for a German audience, because especially here back home, a lot of people are asking about coloring and complaining about coloring. Quite often I tell them, so it's no, you can't get a taste of it, and you can't smell it. But no, I learned differently. So there is an impact, you think?
It's not so much think I specifically can tell. Now, I have to say that at the same time, I can taste fluoride in our water, which you're not meant to taste. So I suppose I have a certain strength in detecting these flavors. But if you ever put your finger in the coloring liquid, it's actually a saccharified sugar, but it's very bitter to the tongue. And when we taste our different blends, because we do put colouring into our King of Scots and our McGibbon blended Scotch whiskies, where the whiskey has been reduced in strength to 40 or 43% alc by volume. But for the remarkable regional malts or for the single casks, we never put colouring in. So I cannot tell you that in terms of one of these malts, there would be a difference if we added colour. But I know that in our blends and experiments we have carried out with our blended Scotches at 40 and 43, you can indeed detect the difference. And a number of the whiskey writers, no names, no pack drill, but a number of whiskey writers also indicate that they feel that way about colouring.
In Germany, it's very much appreciated having a whiskey that's not colored. And whenever you know that we in Germany have to declare it on the bottle, instead of countries like Britain or States or France. And that always gives the German customers a bad feeling when you have this little tag on the back of the bottle that says Farbstoff and coloring. Most of Germans don't like it. So we very much appreciate it. And in this case, of course, we are wondering, wow, how dark is that? So what happened here with the whiskey in the cask?
It is lighter as you hold it up against the light in the glass than it is in the depth of the bottle. But this has been, I believe, an interesting and beneficial experience for Cara, my daughter. This is bottled at natural cask strength of 52.8%. There were only 4,626 bottles produced. I do not think we show that on the bottle, but a very small contingent of our stock has been used. And quite bizarrely, if your friends and listeners can understand the English expression, we have gilded the lily. We have covered the very beautiful flower called the lily in gold, because what Cara has done here is to use the heart and soul, the actual core of Scallywag, which carries 60% first fill PX casks. It carries 20% second fill sherry casks and 20% of vanilla flavored bourbon casks across a range of Speyside distilleries, which include Macallan, Glenrothes, Altmore, amongst others, because there are some distilleries we will not actually mention. But having put the essence and the heart and soul of Scallywag together in that style, which is the regular Scallywag, which I hope you have perhaps on your shelf somewhere there. Good, vielen Dank. She's also enhanced it and gilded the lily by finishing the core of Scallywag in further PX casks and Oloroso casks. So I think we have understandably lost some of the vanilla flavor that came through from the original bourbon cask. But if you are inclined towards a sherry bomb, we think we have a real sherry bomb here.
We definitely do. And it's amazing. But I had it before, and you expect a sherry bomb, you get it, and you think it might be overly sherried. What I don't appreciate, but it's definitely not. It's getting also spices, chocolatey notes, and it's very balanced. So well done to Cara.
Look, at one stage she may listen to this, but she is often embarrassed to see her father on screen, so she will probably avoid this moment, Peter. but one of the other flavors I detect on the nose is a kind of barbecue banana flavor, covered in and crusted in sugar. Beyond, as you say, the dark fruits and the warming spices, it is bad timing to be tasting this after Billy's wonderful Glenallachie, which carries a lot of those sherry flavors as well. But we still detect on the palate Slange indeed, but we still detect, first for me on the palate is the barley. There's a sherry soaked sponge, a home baked sponge. We obviously have the same macerated liquor induced raisins, which are very much strong there. But there's a nice late licorice flavor coming through on the palate as well. I think the word I have for the finish is salbungsvoll. I don't know if that's the correct word. It's
Salbungsvoll. Oh. That's a nice German word.
Yeah.
Well,
Salbungsvoll is fantastic.
Thanks to Google German, I checked it out. I checked it out this afternoon. But there is that nice dark chocolate flavor coming through on the finish. For me, and I know you were talking to Billy about adding water to it. I was told by our French importer, Monsieur Thierry Benita, who you maybe know already, Peter, but I was told by him that I have the palate of a peasant. And so I need something big and robust to detect the flavor of. So I've been drinking cask strength, full strength whiskey for so many years that although I appreciate many people will wish to add some water to open up some of the flavors, I still carry out all my own tastings and tasting notes with the whiskey straight up cask strength. But at 52% alcohol, I think it makes sense if some of your visitors this evening add a little bit of water just to open it a little bit more.
But talking about the percentage, Fred, I just had to double check actually to see how much alcohol is in there, because it's incredibly smooth and nice, and I didn't even expect it to be 52.8%. So
well, that
really nice.
Suggests that maybe you also are drinking too much high strength whiskey, Peter. and your palate is developing also like mine, like a peasant. but I think you are right. I often try these whiskies, and sometimes I will get the prickle, I will get the slight burning sensation in the nose of the alcohol. Sometimes I will get it on the palate, where I get the tang of the battery, as if I have 2 electrodes on a battery on my tongue. With this baby, I think Cara has it right, and I do experience it at other times. So, very, very kind of you to suggest that she has it right. I also think she has it right.
Fred, I have two questions from the audience.
Good, fantastic.
So Johannes from Cask is asking, sometimes the Scallywag expressions are made with inspiration of your vacation destinies like Belgium or France. So was it similar with the Noir? And second question, will there be a German destination inspiration Scallywag in the future?
Wir sind immer sehr glücklich, andere Staaten zu finden für ein Spezialität Bottling. Mein Deutsch ist so schlecht. But so we are always seeking interesting opportunities. As for the question about the Noir, no, I do not believe it came from a destination. Strangely enough, I think it came after the fact. I say that because Cara was checking, after 3 months, Cara was checking every 3 to 4 weeks. And she was noting that the whiskey was getting darker and darker, almost to the point where it was black. And so it was actually one of our young male marketing team who I think that morning he was probably putting on a cologne that had the word noir in it. And he was savvy enough to know that noir is Français pour schwarz. And so he suggested to Cara that it is so dark, we might almost call it black, Scallywag black, but noir had a little bit marketing attractiveness to it. So it is strange for me to be mixing un petit peu de français avec un petit peu de quelque chose écossais, but we have what in Scotland we call the entente cordiale, the meeting and the friendship between the old French court and the old French king and the Scottish king and the Scottish people. So that is the entente cordiale put on this particular label. But a nice question from Johannes. Vielen Dank. Oh, it's always nice to get a question.
And talking about journeys and noir, next time you're over, Fred, we should go as promised to my hometown Trier, and there we can see the most famous gate in Germany, the Porta Nigra, so which is fits very well, Porta Noir, if you wish, and we could drink a whiskey and afterwards a wine to this.
Is that the old Roman involvement? Does that come from the old Roman history?
Yes, that's a 2,000-year-old gate in the oldest city of Germany and one of the oldest existing buildings in Trier. And this gate is over the decades or centuries, it got black, and it's the name is Porta Nigra, so black gate, literally.
Good. Well,
the iconic symbol for
that sounds like a date. Dankeschön. Actually, I forgot to bring this out. So I think you owe me a free beer, nicht wahr?
For everybody who doesn't know, Fred is announced Ehrenmitgliedschaft in German for our very well-known Whisky Club in Köln, die Große Kölner. Und der Präsident der Großen Kölner in person hat Fred hier den Orden verliehen. Und das war ein großes Ereignis und Fred hat es selbstverständlich verdient.
Und weil
And the reason was, of course, our fantastic Epicurean that a little bit looks like Fred with a carnival's hat on herself.
I see the picture on the screen from Vatutsumba asking us to tell you the secret of the age. So as long as this is strictly between us girls and does not go very far, zwischen unsere Mädchen, nobody else. I think this is the art of blending, which my father developed himself, and which I suppose I tried to develop when I was working for White and Mackay and White Horse distillers. There is an ability to fuse and marry some quite young Speyside whiskies married with a little older. We have got to find a commercial price at which to sell Scallywag. So in this one, because the heart is the same as our normal Scallywag, we are talking a mix of 4 through 8 years of age. So this is not old whiskey, but to use the right whiskey and the right wood in the right percentages. And we do not approach it in the same technical and very knowledgeable style that Billy does. We approach it in the style of my father, that we put it together. If we do not like it, then we do not use it. But if we like it and we can look you in the eye with confidence that we really like it, then we will release this whiskey. So really, we are only talking about 4 to 8-year-old whiskies. But of course, we can only legally discuss 4 years of age. We cannot put on a label in writing 8 or the oldest whiskey.
I think with this kind of whiskeys, it's about the art of blending to bring the right casks together and make a great whiskey out of it. And you said the four general whiskies for Scallywag. I'm not sure. Are you allowed to name some of them?
They're named on the back of the bottle. Unusually, when I put Big Pete together in 2009, on the front label, I decided to show Ardbeg, Bowmore, Caolila, and Port Ellen. We actually had Laphroaig in the early days, but then we had the discussion with Laphroaig that if we want to continue filling Laphroaig, they asked us to remove the name Laphroaig from the Big Pete label. I do not understand why, when he is such a good-looking man. but so we decided with Scallywag that we would also show some of the malt content. So we have Macallan, we have Glenrothes, we have Mortlach, we have Altmore, and Altmore for me is a massively underrated malt. We've released, particularly from Sherrywood, it's fabulous. Now there are others that we prefer not to mention, but these 4 or 5 are readily available and visible on our website or on the label itself.
Fantastic, thank you. And we very much appreciated this dram. Again, my greetings to Cara and my congratulations for her blending this together. And is there a last question from the audience?
No, not so far, but maybe I can talk to you now, Peter, like
yes.
Private, not in public here. No, okay. So we might need to improvise a little bit or change the running order, because so far Paul Dempsey didn't show up.
I just found he sent me an email, and I responded. He was, for some reason, he didn't get the right link, and I just in this minute emailed it to him. So I hope he's coming now.
Okay, then we have a minute left, and we just talked about Paul Dempsey. I don't know, you might know him. He's from Brave New Spirits, and one of these new independent bottlers, and we have plenty of them nowadays. As you know, Fred, I would say a company like yours or Gordon MacPhail coming later are the established old companies in Scotland that we know since decades and where we know we get good whiskey from. How do you see the market developing at the moment with all this plenty new independent bottlers?
It's interesting, and it's a commercial scenario that has developed post the boom of confidence that came after the COVID. There was a super abundant confidence to produce and distill as much spirit as possible, because we felt that the industry was going to just keep on climbing in sales. That has not happened, unfortunately, thanks to a number of events around the world. So it probably has made either some of the distillers or some of the brokers more concerned to turn stock into cash, which allows the new guys to play. We still depend on our filling program. So the distilleries that we release as single casks, or the whiskies we are using within the blended malts that we have here, are whiskies that we laid down in some instances 25 and 30 years ago, which we did not use perhaps as a 12-year-old King of Scots or a 17-year-old John Player Special whiskey, which was one of our earlier license brands. So a lot of these whiskies have been with us for as long as they have been aged. So it is a bit of a difference for us that two things. We can always use a single cask in a bottling like Epicurean or Scallywag or Big Pete, if it's not as good as we want for a single cask. So we always have a second or indeed a third home for it in a blended Scotch if the quality is not up to our preferred standard for a single cask release. I think it makes us a little bit different within that equation because of the blending background that we come from.
Okay, thank you. And maybe last question. Any new plans about Strathern Distillery?
Yes, there are plans afoot. We are sensitive about it just now because we are working with the local planners, and we have got to get the right permission for the expansion that we want. So we hope we get that permission. We have had to move the site by about 200 yards, still within the Scotch Whisky Association legal terminology. But to do so, we have to get local planning from the local government. And I suppose in Germany, your local government is as schwierig to deal with as our local governments.
I think they're all the same.
I think so.
Aren't they?
Yeah. So has Paul arrived?
Yep. Paul is there, and we are looking forward to see more of Douglas Laing. We will have in very near future, I guess, an exclusively bottled Timorous Beastie, a Cologne edition. We're looking also forward to a new Cologne Friendship edition. And of course, there will be, as usual in September, our Big Pete barbecue night. We will all read that in a newsletter soon. And Fred, will you see us in August already? I'm not supposed to tell that because it's officially a secret, but some of my dear customers will visit you in end of August, and we looking forward to
Das
see you.
würde unsere angenehm sein. Und Sie sind sehr willkommen in Glasgow bei uns.
Dankeschön. Dankeschön.
Okay. Danke gleichfalls.
Dankeschön.
Danke für die Gelegenheit und schöne Traumen. No, is that right? Süße Traumen.
Süße Träume. Yeah, till we have sweet dreams, I guess we have to go a long distance of another 8 whiskeys. But after that, I'm sure everybody will have sweet dreams.
Yeah.
And maybe you can visit. You can see now Paul. Is Paul with us?
Hey, Paul.
Hi, Paul.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you.
That
was amazing
hear us?
watching Fred there. So I've not got stage fright now, but thank you very much, guys. Amazing to see everybody.
Okay.
So fantastic to see you, Paul.
How are you?
And not too bad. Do you know Fred, by the way?
Yes.
You met
Fred a few times over the years.
Absolutely.
You know, Douglas Laing are one of those companies that we use as a benchmark. They're an absolute star in our industry. So cover your ears, Fred. I don't want to make you blush, but
Well, that's
it's
that sounds
fantastic
like
to
a
see. I know a
good
lot of
lead.
people that are with Douglas Laing. We were 2 stands away from Lucy and her team at Pro Wine, so we catch each other as we travel everywhere. So
yeah. Look, I admire your indefatigability as well, Paul. I always remove myself from a private class, so I leave it with Paul, and I say good night to everybody with many thanks to Peter, and Klaus. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
Cheers.
Thank you so much. See you
Bye.
soon.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
Paul.
Cheers.
cheers, Fred. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you, Fred. So, Paul, welcome again. And I remember years ago, the first tasting ever done from you in Germany for another brand at that day was here at Scotia Spirit. And I have very, very good, I remember it very, very well. And we didn't have this big room where we are now today. That was back in our old tasting room. And we had a great night together. And since then, you have been here several times, and lately for Brave New Spirits. And now it is the first time you're joining us online.
No, this is September 2015 was the first time I visited Scotia Spirit, and it was the little tasting room out the back. So it's awesome to see how things have grown. We learned how to do virtual tastings during the pandemic, but it's really cool that we can keep them coming, because the lineup you've put up tonight is incredible, and I don't think you would even ever find that. It would be impossible to do that in person. So it's amazing to have such a variety of people from so many different locations. But that's testament to how hard you guys all work, because we couldn't do it if you didn't have people that were asking for the whiskies. So
yeah, that's a fantastic thing with the new technique, that we can have 10 fantastic guests from Scotland, and we would not have them all live here in one night. That would be not possible, but having them online is possible nowadays. But it's only possible because you and the others agreed to do that and spend the time with us. So thank you to you, and of course all the others that are spending the time and want to talk to us and our audience. And you are, Paul, you're now with Brave New Spirits. Tell us a little bit about
Brave
this
New
company.
Spirits are they're an independent bottler, but we're one of the new ones. Started in 2020. The 2 founders were involved in whiskey before with other companies, and kind of joined forces to set the business up. We then they started recruiting people from other companies. I joined in 2022. We're just approaching our 5th birthday. But we've grown quite quickly. We're operating in a lot of different countries. We have whiskies at the budget end, we have whiskies at the old and rare end, and we have a distillery under, like a lot of independent bottlers, we're working on developing our own distillery as well, which will, we hope, be up and running later this year.
And again, you have a series of whiskies with a different kind of label, and we can show the label here digitally. If I think Klaus is having a picture. There Absolutely. It is. And there's a story behind it. I think you told me before. Maybe you want to tell this to our audience.
Yeah, we have we produce a couple of different whiskies. We've got very many whiskey brands. We don't have a single master blender. Everybody decides by sitting around the table, which sometimes can be quite animated. But this particular one is from a brand that we launched last year called Cask Masters. And it's these are always single casks. They focus on first fill wood. They always have age statements. But we could be using wine casks, sherry casks, bourbon casks. It's a good broad mix, depending on what we think tastes the best. We have other brands such as the Whiskey of Voodoo, which is small batch whiskies with really, really funky labels. They sort of straddle the line between whiskey and rum, and hopefully bring new people towards the world of good whiskey. And we have brands in the past, like Cask Noir, like the Rebels cask that we did many, many years ago, just as the company was starting. But, you know, we don't have a generational background. So we have 2 warehouses and lots of stock that we can experiment with. And we try and find which ones work best for which particular style that we're trying to do. Hopefully we find a happy medium, and we can find something that will appeal to everybody.
Do you find it these days more difficult to source the good casks, to get the good casks that you want to have for the quality?
Definitely. I mean, look at your lineup tonight is an incredible example of the different types of independent bottlers that are out there. You know, ones that have been doing this for generations, and companies like ours that are new. We're actually quite a little bit larger than some of the newer independent bottlers out there, because, you know, you can buy a cask today and bottle it tomorrow, but we want to try and keep casks in our warehouse. We'll decide if we need to re-rack. We'll decide if we want to change the cask and employ a cask finish. But one thing that isn't getting any easier is finding the stock or getting it for the a price that can be worked into something that people would be happy to pay.
Would you expect that prices are dropping in future a little bit more, or would you think they're still going up?
It depends which part of the whiskey industry you're looking at. I think some of the very, very high-priced whiskies are sitting on shelves now for a longer time. People, I think, and we see this in different countries, they still want great quality. But just the way the world is now, we need to be very careful about how much money we spend. So we made a conscious effort with the Cask Masters brand to try and bring super high quality whiskey into maybe a new price bracket. We think if you imagine how much a whiskey in a supermarket would cost, there's a big jump between that and a single cask. And with the Cask Masters, we hope that we can make that step smaller, and maybe new people will start trying single cask whiskies and seeing how much fun they can be.
Yeah, very, very true. And in this special case, we have a distillery which is very well renowned, but you can't find it as an original bottling, or very, very rare, just a special release from while to while, but nothing else. Benrinnes Distillery. And what would you say, from what period is this distillation? Because Benrinnes changed the process over the years.
Benrinnes has changed a few times, but you're right, it's one of those distilleries that's always, it features in a lot of independent bottlers. The spirit they produce is really versatile, works with lots of different casks. As an independent bottler, we can still source casks from there. And it's a little bit different to the newer breed of distilleries, because Benrinnes, I don't know if they have it now, but they were still using worm tubs until recently. They very rarely release distillery bottles, as you said. I mean, you might see flora and fauna and everything like that. But I think the reason it stays as a staple for the independent bottlers is that it is versatile and it works in a number of different ways. There's a real there's a heavy sort of sulfury quality to Benrinnes, which works with, in this case, we are using first fill casks. And I think it works really well with that. The cask isn't overbearing on the power on the spirit, and vice versa. The spirit isn't overtaking the cask, and we have to try and balance that.
So this one is not finished. It's full maturation.
13 years old, and first fill Oloroso sherry. So it's pretty classic. It's a Speyside malt in an Oloroso sherry cask. It's a bit of a benchmark. It's natural color. The ABV is a little bit lower because as part of this experiment that we had a few months back, we wanted to put part of the range at a slightly lower ABV to try and draw more people towards the world of single casks. So this one I think is about 52% ABV as opposed to sort of 56 or 57, which lets us put the whiskey at a slightly more advantageous price point for maybe people, one that doesn't put existing single cask whiskey drinkers off, but might encourage people that have never tried single cask whiskies to look at this. Because I think once I think when people start looking at independent bottlers and single cask producers, the levels of interest, because we're doing things that maybe a big distillery won't do or can't do, the more people we can show that to, the better, I think, for everybody.
So shall we try it?
Go for it. Love to know what everybody thinks of it.
So Slange.
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 Cheers,
Slange, Paul.
Thank you.
You get definitely the first fill Oloroso cask, but it's not overpowering, which is quite nice. And you get also the sweeter malty tones that you usually find at Benrinnes Distillery.
I mean, this one is part of a. There's part of it. We released about 8 different casks as part of this range when we put this one out. The age statements vary quite a lot. Some of them are below 10 years old, and it is all decided. We're lucky enough to have our casks in the warehouse for a long time before we bottle them. So we're deciding to bottle them when they're ready, not because we have to. I hope. If we felt this one needed to wait another few years and be bottled as a 15 or 16-year-old, then we would. But we think the cask had enough of a great effect on this. Don't think another year would have made it any more enjoyable. So that's why this one is a 13-year-old. And if you look at the label, you'll see that we put the distillation date, the bottling date. They're all individually numbered. We want to give the people that are looking at these whiskies as much information as we can, in order to help them find out what they like and what they don't like about the whiskies.
I really like the new label. And it's interesting what kind of labels you showed. I will get to other bottles and see what different kind of labels you have with Brave New Spirits. Are there any funny questions from the audience? Or, as Billy said, stupid questions, maybe.
Yeah, Paul. So there is a question. So what distillery is your favorite special bottling? What did you personally fall in love with?
Do you know, I started in whiskey quite a while ago, and I was working for a UK agency company. So we had distilleries as clients, and one of those was Bowmore. Bowmore, so early 2004, I think it was. We got to go over and visit Bowmore for the first time. It was about the 5th of January. It was about -10. It was a howling storm. And the person at Bowmore Distillery made us stand on the wall outside Bowmore and take our first dram. And that was where I had a proper experience with my first kind of Isla whiskey. And I think, I haven't had a Bowmore that's tasted like that since. That's not to demean Bowmore, but I think it's one of those experience and flavor combinations that hit me right between the eyes. And I haven't worked with anything other than whiskey since then. I just wish we could get some casks of Bowmore to play with. Oh, yeah,
difficult nowadays, isn't it?
For right, I mean, it's such an in-demand distillery. We were in Isla a couple of weeks ago for the facial, and the queues outside Bowmore Distillery were just incredible. So.
But lately, with the situation of the Scottish whiskey industry, doesn't it get a bit easier for you to get casks again? Because distilleries need to sell their stuff?
It would vary depending on the distillery, I suppose. There are certain distilleries that independent bottlers can always source. Benrinnes is owned by Diageo. Some of the other bigger distiller companies, some of the distilleries that are designed to supply the blenders or the independent bottlers, they need to be high volume, and the spirit needs to be a fair price. There are some distilleries, though, that are so legendary that the casks hardly ever are offered on the market, if at all. And I guess if they were, would we be able to bottle it at a price that somebody would be happy to pay? I'm not so sure. So we want to put whiskey in bottles that people want to open and drink. So you'll see from our range, we've done a lot of work over the years with things like Benrinnes, with Dalhousie, with Blair Athol. We're now going into we're working now with, we've just put our first we're bottling our first Glenglassaugh, for instance. So we are finding some of the distilleries that don't appear as independent bottlers that often. But ultimately, we're trying to keep them down at the level that people will want to buy them and take them home and open them and share them with their friends, rather than put them under the bed and hope that they'll go up in price. So,
very much looking forward to Glenglassaugh, what you just said. That's a very much underrated distillery, I think. And you don't find it much. Recently, they had 3 nice original bottlings, but it's not much what you find. And what I heard is that they going to maintenance for a while now.
The whiskey industry's the whiskey industry over the years has always gone from highs and lows, and it's at the moment, the global. There's so many things happening around the world that are affecting the amount of activity that's happening in the whiskey industry. So there's distilleries which are slowing down. There's distilleries that may be going to shorter hours. Some building projects are maybe going to be, delayed, or you can't get builders to come and work on your projects. But we've learned a lot over the years, and hopefully we have enough knowledge to figure out a way through it, and we'll come out the other side stronger than we went in. And I'm really excited to see that. There's new distilleries in production, including in construction, including ours, and distilleries that you never saw reaching indie bottlers before. I mean, Tormore now has a new owner, there's some really exciting things happening.
So, talking about this issue, would you think that all the new distilleries that are just started coming on the market or in planning, like your own distillery, that they all will survive over the next decade, or will some of them getting in trouble?
We're all going to have challenges, right? But I hope that 100 years ago the industry was a different animal. Distillers were all mainly independent. They supplied blenders, and it went from there. And you sat in front of the bank every year and you told them how many litres you were going to sell to this blender or that blender. We now have much more knowledge of distilling techniques. You know, people are coming out of university and they know they're going to bottle the whiskey younger, so they're working their distilleries to produce a spirit that works that way. Our global knowledge, I think, will help us deal with any challenges. If it was easy, too many people would do it. So there's a wealth of knowledge in the whiskey industry. There's huge levels of experience, drawing from all over the world, not just the whiskey community, but people involved in rum and champagne, and we're all sharing best practice. So we will we'll work our way through this, and I would like to think that all the distilleries that have just started will still be here in 10 years' time, and hopefully there'll be queues outside when they're launching their 10-year-olds. So
I hope so too, and I hope that we get all this fantastic new drums into our store. Also the new whiskey from you. What's the name again from the distillery?
Our distillery is in
building at the
Campbelltown,
moment?
and it's called Witchburn. And with all these new distilleries, when they do launch their 10-year-old, I do hope we can still afford it. So,
one last question from to Brave New Spirits, to Paul.
Yeah, Paul. So there's a question within your range. Which whiskey and cask combination surprised you the most? The aroma that came out of this. So do you have something in mind?
Yes, actually, yeah. And it shows that it proves that price is not a thing. Higher price doesn't necessarily mean better whiskey. You put a picture up earlier on of one of our Whiskey Heroes bottlings. So that's the labels that have the comic book art on them. And in that range, we did a Cameron Bridge. So simple, grain whiskey, not that old. And it was, I'm trying to remember the cask, but it was a really powerful first fill cask. The spirit took, I think it might even have been a PX or whatever, but the spirit took the cask really, really well. And you got, when we were doing the cask samples to put it in the bottle, everybody that sampled it around the table, sort of eyebrows went up, eyes went wide, because we didn't expect that. Grain whiskey is one of these things that's super underrated, and lots of people are experimenting with it now. And I'm excited to see what we loved putting that one out. It became the fastest selling Whiskey Heroes release we made, and we're trying to find another cask that's like that. It's a tough job. I have to be in the warehouse all the time with my nose in the casks. It's a tough job. You guys would hate it. It's horrible. But we got to find it.
Thank you, Paul. And I guess we are already a little out of time. So my apologies to everyone waiting in line. We had the issue at the beginning that we couldn't start in time because there was a technical issue, and then we had great people joining us, and we always have so many questions. So we're a little bit behind time, and at our next, we were looking forward to our next guest. And Paul, you know him, I guess, also well. You can stay for a minute. We're going now to Fergus Simpson.
Hi, Paul.
Which is
things.
You know what? I think this might be the first time I've ever seen Fergus, and he's in Scotland. That's amazing. So
yeah.
Welcome, Fergus, to our online tasting, and thank you for joining us. Fergus is a dear friend since a long time, and supported Scotia Spirit even at the moment as it was not existing as it is today. So we know each other since years, a lot of years, and we did a lot of
15,
tastings together.
16 years must be, Peter.
And
yeah.
Long time. And always appreciate to see you and talk to you. Last time, a couple of weeks ago, we saw us in Scotland, and now online. It's not the first time that we have you online. One of our old tastings, you also joined us. So thank you for being with us again, and thank you, Paul. If you like, stay. I think you have another tasting.
It doesn't start till after 8. So I've been following this on YouTube. So it's amazing to see everybody. Like I say, I haven't seen a tasting line like this for years. So well done, everybody involved. And Yeah, we should try and do this in person. I think maybe it's a headache for you, Peter, but I'll see you guys all soon.
We need about 2 years' notice, Paul, to get everyone together, don't we?
Oh, no.
Next time we do that faster than in 2 years, if everybody's happy tonight. Paul, see you soon somewhere in Germany. I think we don't have a date yet, but I think it's quite safe that we do a tasting here at Scotia Spirit with
Definitely.
Great Spirits.
Thank you very much.
See you guys. Thank you.
See you. Bye.
Fergus, we we have a lot of the octaves from Duncan Taylor over the years. Plenty of them. Some we just got a couple of bottles, but many of them we also bottled exclusively for us. And something happened at the beginning of that year. I noticed that it was possible to get octaves, not from Oloroso octaves, from other kind of casks. That was very new. I think we were maybe one of the first ones having this kind of new maturation.
Well, our first octave
Spirit
was bottled way back in 2009. Okay, so towards the middle of last year, we thought, well, we've been doing the octave for 15 years. Let's do something a little bit different. So traditionally, all our octaves for the second maturation were always European red oak Oloroso sherry. So we decided to go out and source some casks from different types. So this Tullybardine that you have is from a PX, a Pedro Jimenez sherry. We also have Palo Cortado sherry. We have Moscatel. And just at the start of this year, we've started experimenting. We've filled, and I just tasted this week, the first results of Ruby Port and Madeira. So there's other things coming down the line. So just to, there are more and more independent bottlers who are using octaves for a second maturation. We can't stop them. The octave's a type of cask. They can't call it the octave because the octave is a Duncan Taylor brand. But we can't stop people using octaves as well. So we thought, okay, other people are getting into it, so let's renew it and let's try something different. And we were very happy with how things have gone on. After 15 years, it was quite a big change, and I think it's worked out very well.
So we are very happy with the 4 new octaves that we got. There was a Moscatel and PX. This one exactly. We had a Palo Cortado or Toshan, which is an amazing whiskey.
Very nice, the Palo Cortado Toshan.
Fantastic whiskey. So that works really well with the new octaves. And interesting is that we have the Tullybardine. The first one we had was also a 2013, and it was bottled 23 for our 10th anniversary. It was received really well. You have been here to the tasting that day, to our big show. And we had one a year later, 2024, bottled, because it was so well received, the first one, that we got another one. And now we have the third Tullybardine 2013, and this time PX instead of Oloroso.
Something slightly different.
And what would you say is, what's the difference for you in the taste, Oloroso to the Pedro Jimenez octave?
Well, lots of people think of Oloroso as a sweet sherry, but it's not really. The Oloroso is much more, a little drier and nutty. Your PX, Pedro Jimenez grapes, are much sweeter. So Tullybardine is a soft, gentle, sweet spirit anyway. So it's just kind of ramped up the fruitiness and the lovely sweetness to it. Lots of, we've got in Scotland, Edinburgh Rock, which is quite a soft rock. soft sweet, and there's a lot of that in there. It's perfect for this time of year. It's not a big, heavy sherry bomb, but it's got a lovely sweetness and it's got a lovely lightness to it. You know, very fresh. You know.
So
Yes,
shall
why
we try
not?
it?
I actually haven't got the one that went to you because I don't have a sample of it, but I have got a sister Octave. I think, did we bottle yours at 46?
Yes, that's a 46.
That's something else
And,
that we've brought in this year, because we were looking
Exactly.
at the economic situation, how people are finding things a bit hard, how the economy is a little difficult for some people, with a certain person in the United States is making the world economy very difficult. And we thought, okay, we'll still have the Octave, but we'll try some at 46. And we were very pleased with the result of it. It just gives you it makes it slightly more affordable for people rather than putting in the full strength. Obviously, the Steuer is een beetje minder, so you don't pay the taxman so much. So, but it still gives all that wonderful Octave. And the good thing with the Octave is you always get that, you know, you get that enhanced sherry notes, you get little nuttiness, you know, the PX is slightly sweeter, so you're getting more dried raisins, muscatel grapes to it. But this is light, fresh, fruity, you know, quite floral.
Slanger. And what you just said proves that all the bottles of an Octave are going to us, and there's no chance to get another bottle somewhere else, even not at Duncan Taylor's, obviously.
Yeah, I've been to tastings with you in Scotia Spirit, and I've sat in some tastings with perhaps an original bottler, and people are with their handy underneath the table looking, oh, I can find it €2 cheaper on the internet, you know, and they'll come to you, they'll taste the whiskey, and then to save €2, they'll go and buy it on the internet, you know. So yeah, that's not. It can happen. But at least with this, you can have something exclusive, your sherry cask matured, natural color, non-chill filtered, you know, just no bones about it, just good whiskey. That's what we're all about. Yeah.
But most important is that you are able to get the good casks from the distilleries. And whatever you finish in an Octave, if you don't have a good spirit before, it will not make a good whiskey. Whatever good Octave you have. And what I noticed is that you have very good casks.
We've got our own cooperage, and we have had our own cooperage since you and Shan took over the company in 2001. So most of the spirit that we are bottling has been filled into our casks. So the cask is king, you know, very much. And we look at what comes in, you know, we buy, you know, everything from new make. The new make will come in big tankers, get put into our own casks, and then into our warehouse. You know, so most of the Duncan Taylor whiskies that are bottled have been under our control all their life. You know, so it's quite important to us.
Are you still building most of the Octaves at your own little cooperage?
Well,
I saw
we were sourcing cooperage. We were sourcing Octaves up until 2023, mainly from a cooperage that we work with in Spain. But we found that the quality of the casks coming out from there were going down a bit. So we are working now with a couple of other cooperages. We're working with a cooperage in Portugal for our Madeira and our Ruby Port. And we're also working with a cooperage here in Scotland to get some octaves, because we weren't too happy with the quality of some of the wood that was coming from Spain. So, wood is important, very important.
It's fascinating how big the influence of an octave is over a couple of months only, and what's the reason? And that's the reason that we had the idea recently, as we met in Scotland a couple of weeks ago, to do a very interesting project. And I don't know if you're aware, I'm in contact with Kirsty and have chosen a whiskey already to bottle it in different stages of age, and then we can do tastings with whatever distillery and have it as an octave, final octave a couple of months later, less, couple of months or weeks less, and again, and so we can have 4 different stages from one whiskey, and that I think that will be quite interesting. What do you think?
All this started in 2023 when I went out to Japan. Now, in Japan, they're very conscious about the quality of the whiskey, and they want everything to be very clear. And there was a worry in the market in Japan that they don't like too much, weird finishes. They prefer everything quite natural, and they prefer full maturation. If you've got a whiskey in a red wine cask, they're perfectly happy for full maturation in red wine, full maturation in sherry. But if you put for a shorter period, they say, well, your whiskey isn't all that good, you're just doping it up. Okay, and so to counteract that, I went out into Japan in 2023 with samples of the original cask and then samples of the finished. Okay, so they could see that we weren't putting substandard whiskies into the octave. Substandard whiskies are whiskies substandard from Duncan Taylor. We just don't bottle it. If we've got a cask that we don't think is good enough, we will sell it on. Even if we take a loss on it. There are plenty of other independent bottlers that don't have the kind of contacts that we have. So we came back, and then last year for Spirit of Speyside with Ian Logan, we thought, what can we do for Spirit of Speyside? So we did Journey of the Octave. So we had the original mother cask, 1 month, 2 months, and then the final bottling in 3 months. Just to show people how it changed. And that was very good. And you saw that over here. So we're going to sort something out for you. So I think probably the original cask, 1 month, 2 months, and then the finished bottle. And so you've got 4 different whiskies to show the progression.
So I guess we will have in autumn, we can do the tasting with our Octave in progress, or Journey of Octave. I saw one recently, which was in Linkwood. Maybe it might be a Linkwood. Looking very much forward to that. It's a fantastic idea.
It just shows the people, and we always say with our octaves, we don't say it's a finish. We say it's a double maturation. So you have things like your Balvenie 12-year-old double wood, that they take the spirit and they put it for 9 months into a sherry butt. 9 months in a 500-litre sherry butt is very different from 9 months in a 64-litre sherry octave. So we like to say it's everything in the octave is double matured. Yeah.
I see. So Peter, are there questions to Fergus? I can imagine plenty.
So there even was a German finish of an octave finish of a German whiskey, by the way. It was a Rothaus. And there was a question that you already more or less answered, whether there is a full maturation in the octaves or if it's a finish, but like you said, it's a double maturation, how you call it.
It's a double maturation rather than just a finish. Okay, so we're not trying to mask the individual distillery character, and people can see that. You come to visit you in Köln, Peter, and you have our range of octaves, and the people will taste this Tullybardine, which will be very different from the Auchentoshan, which will be very different from that lovely Breval that you had a year or two ago. Because the distillery character is still there. We don't want to mask the distillery character. And one thing I've learned over the years is I don't care which distillery it is. Every distillery in Scotland can produce great whiskey. It's just to find the cask of it. That's the difficult part of it. So we've had we've had some whiskies from distilleries that people think, oh, that won't be very good. Deanston, for example, but they can be wonderful, wonderful whiskies. It's just to find the good cask.
Absolutely right, and especially the Auchentoshan we had recently. Sometimes for me, some Auchentoshans are a little bit weak for me, but in this case, it was fantastic with the Palo Cortado finish, and it balanced it, and at the end, great
nice
job.
nuttiness from the Palo Cortado. Auchentoshan being triple distilled, yes, sometimes it can be, I don't like to say it, but bland. But with the Palo Cortado finish, just gave it that little boost. So we want to add nice things to the whiskey. And you drink it. This is a 2013. It's not a particularly old whiskey, but it drinks older than its actual age. Simply because the extra aging. 9 months in an octave is the equivalent of about 2.5 years in a large sherry vat, as you know.
We have a question here in our audience in the room, and this is from Jens.
Could you imagine also doing a full maturation in an octave?
Full maturation in an octave. Problem with that. In our octave, we can lose about 8% a year through angel share, between 6 to 8%. So we filled an octave and left it for 12 years. There would be very, very little left in it. And the other thing is, there would be too much interaction with the wood, You can get that. You put a nice active first fill sherry, Oloroso sherry cask, and you put some spirit into it. And in 20-25 years, if that spirit isn't strong enough, the new make hasn't got enough character to it, the cask will take over. So full maturation in octave, I would say that's not a possibility. I would do that. Unless you use an octave that's pretty spent, you look at your classic, sherried whiskies, Macallan. Macallan has got small, dumpy stills, so it's got a heavy, oily new make. So that spirit can stand up and punch back against a nice first fill sherry cask. Glendronach as well, a nice, heavy, oily new make, So not every whiskey is suitable for full sherry maturation. I worked 8 years for Willie Grant's. They've got 3 distilleries in Dufftown. And Glenfiddich and Caninby for me suit bourbon. Balvenie for me suits sherry. So depends on the spirit that you're starting with. But full maturation, you'd be talking about things. I mean, we don't want to go down the line of when McIntyre started up. They were selling to the Swedes blood tubs of 30 litres. And people were saying, oh, my whiskey's 5 years old now. Can I go and look at it? And they went it, and they had maybe about 2.5 liters left out of the 30 liters. So it's not full maturation in Octave is not possible. Yeah,
and it will be very expensive.
You lose so much.
But you lose so much.
You lose so much. But
good. Do we have another question?
We do have another live audience question, so please go ahead.
Thank you so much. You said it's probably too much loss on the whiskey if you have 12 years in the Octave. But if you have it in the Octave, full maturation in the Octave, do you really need 12 years? Or isn't that much shorter than that?
We think we want to keep the distillery character. If we go, to us, we've never gone more than about 9-10 months in an Octave, because then the cask is taking over and you're losing the distillery character. I would rather have the distillery character there for that, and it's like many things. Last year we bottled a 60-year-old Lochside single blend, okay, and we think that cask was a 4th fill sherry butt. Why? Because it was filled in 1964 and we bottled it in 2024 as a 60-year-old. Still 47%. It was actually what we call a single blend, because Lochside used to do both malt and grain at the same distillery. Now, if you'd put that into a first fill sherry cask and come back to it 60 years later, it would have been like chewing a cigar box. So we don't want the cask to take over. We want the spirit to be king.
Thank you very much, Fergus, for all that information you gave us. I know that you have so much knowledge, and you have a big fan club, by the way, here in Cologne, and they're waiting for the next tasting here live at Scotia Spirit, and looking forward to do that this year. We will see what day that will be.
I'm in Germany on Monday. I'm doing Dortmund on Tuesday. I'm doing Munster on Wednesday. I'm doing Bremerhaven on Thursday. And then I've got a couple of days up in Helgoland. Nice summer experience up in Helgoland.
Helgoland is quite far from us.
But I will be back in Germany because there's Whiskey Live in Hamburg in October. So there might be possibility to do something then. And then I will probably, my last time in Germany this year will probably be Bottle Market in Bremen, with a quick tour beforehand. So there's still possibility to come to Köln sometime this year.
So we find a date maybe around Whiskey Live. Billy will be also here with Whiskey Live, and we will see you anyway on Whiskey Live. And before, we will meet in Scotland again during summer. And for now, thank you very much for being with us,
Peter.
And thank you much for a great drum.
Lunch. And best wishes for the rest of the evening to everyone. And I hope both your online audience and your audience here at Scotia Spirit enjoys the evening. Thank you very much for organising everything, Peter. Thank you.
Thank you, Fergus. And you might know Stephen Rankin from Gordon and MacPhail, and Gordon MacPhail located in Elgin, and also the owner of Benromach Distillery and nowadays Cairn Distillery. Welcome, Stephen. Very much welcome to our online tasting. And my apologies that we are a little bit behind time. I saw on the monitor here in front of me that you for a while now with us. And welcome. And Fergus,
I think we've met before. Must have met up either at Distilled or Spirit the Speyside or roundabout, Stephen. Yeah.
Yes, we have, Fergus. Yeah. Yeah, but great, wonderful
Okay.
listening to you tonight. Great job, and thank you, Peter, for
Thank
having
you.
me on. Enjoy the
Yeah,
rest of your
yeah,
night,
I will
Fergus.
just leave
Great
now.
to see you.
Safe evening to everyone. Cheers.
Good night, Fergus. And again, welcome to Stephen Rankin.
Cheers, everyone.
That's your applause. Yeah, thank you for being with us. And you have a very nice background. I guess this is not your private sleeping room, isn't it?
No, I'm in Toronto. So I've been across, and I had to come across at various events and I've got another one this evening. So I was in Montreal yesterday and came down the road to Toronto first thing this morning. So yeah, it's great being with you. So while everybody's enjoying an evening, it's just early afternoon for me. It's about 3 o'clock, so just gone 3 o'clock. So.
And what's the temperature where you are at the moment in Toronto?
When I landed this morning, it was only about 14 degrees. So I think it's a little bit warmer now. It's maybe up to about 17, 18, but it's just a nice temperature today. So yeah, it's all good.
18 in the afternoon sounds really, really great. We have today 33 degrees here in Cologne and expect more heat tomorrow. So we're quite warm here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can imagine.
And our air condition is out of order at the moment.
Oh dear, guys, I feel for you.
Yeah, Stephen, it's an honor to have you with us. You're from the family of Gordon and MacPhail, and I would say one of the most renowned independent bottlers and blenders in Scotland. You're for a long time a big player in the industry, the whole family. Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about Gordon MacPhail and the family before we go to Benromach, which whiskey we have tonight.
Oh, a pleasure, Peter. Thank you for the opportunity. And thank you for the opportunity to be among some just fabulous legends. I deliberately came on a little bit early to see good friend Billy and Fred, just because they're always just wonderful to listen to. You get so much insight and just real value from listening to these guys. And I know that lots of people use the term legends in the industry, in life at the moment. But there's two gentlemen that thoroughly deserve that title. So it was brilliant. And Paul and I go way back. When, as he referenced, when he first started in the world of whiskey, he was working for the house that had a number of brands, including Bowmore. But Paul came and called on us, and we were a big customer for him in the UK because Gordon MacPhail had carried on our legacy of being grocers and wholesalers right up until fairly recently. So we were probably the biggest customer for almost everybody else's malt whiskies in the United Kingdom, which is probably something that the people around the world didn't realise. So Gordon MacPhail, though, we celebrated our 130th birthday just a few weeks ago, 24th of May. We were founded and started as a grocer. And when we opened our doors, a young man called John Urquhart joined James Gordon and John MacPhail as an apprentice. James Gordon was a whiskey broker by profession, and MacPhail was a grocer. But collectively, they came together with a view to have a store that offered a higher class of goods and service. And it quickly branched to not only being an importer of teas and coffees and a blender of teas and a provisioner of fine wines, but of course, with the landing of fine wines in Scotland, and in particular sherries and ports and the like, we would decant them and bottle them, sell them locally, and with the casks, we would pass them on to distillers. While the industry en masse, as many of the audience tonight will know, the industry en masse had their heads turned to blends. That was what the focus was for Scotch whisky. And there's so many interesting stories about how we got to where we got to today, including from the strength, the use of casks and everything like that, all wrapped up in history and politics and economics. But during the whole time, Gordon MacPhail, we actually focused on on producing single malt whiskey, but not only that, on aged single malt whiskey. And John was to find himself in 1915, having worked for 20 years in the business, finding himself being offered the position of partner alongside James Gordon, because MacPhail retired and left the area. And of course, 20 years working with James Gordon, especially on the whiskey side of the business, he turned around and said, "I'd love to be your partner." And as I joke with a lot of people, this partnership was to flourish, grow, and prosper for 2 entire weeks. Dear James Gordon was to sadly pass away, and the business was not only to be, his wife and widow didn't want to carry on from her side, so it became the ownership of John Urquhart completely. So from 1915, the business has been owned and managed by the Urquhart family. So John was joined in 1933 by his son, his youngest son actually, George, and George persuaded him at the age of 14 that he would come out of school and help his father in the business. He did so. He was a very bright kid actually, and he just took to it like duck to water, learning a lot about the overall business, but very quickly over the next sort of number of years, very much started learning the whiskey side of the business. And of course, when he grew a bit older, very much learning about the relationships with people who had become family friends from lots of independent distillers. Now, we've had Paul talk about his wonderful whiskies tonight and Fergus about their whiskies, and they were talking about how hard it is to find casks and things. Gordon MacPhail's point of difference is we're never buying casks that have whiskey in them. We're buying this, new make spirit. We've filled from 112 different distilleries in our 130 years, and we select our casks ourselves and then send them to the distilleries who then fill them with new make spirit. So the example I use is nature versus nurture. A distillery, as the gentlemen have all alluded to, a distillery produces its own unique spirit. And the distillers have a number of decision points in their world, and from the size of their still to the cut points, the type of barley, the type of yeast, etc., the fermentation times, etc. They all control that. Once the spirit is made, it then goes into the cask, and as Billy was referring to, about 70% of the flavour will come from the cask. So the cask, as my grandfather said, is the wood that makes the whiskey. That's critical. So it's about the quality of the casks that you have. Now, we go back to sourcing our casks directly from cooperages, be that from Scotland, but with the US connection, such as Speyside Coopers and the famous, obviously, Taylor family that owned and ran that right up until just a number of years ago, or the family businesses that we've dealt with for over 100 years, who are the bodegas and cooperages in Spain. Today, we deal with 3 family businesses in Spain for our casks. So we're, as my grandfather and great-grandfather did, we're partnering spirit with oak over time. And there's the 3 fundamental variables we work in. What's really important is you understand the kind of spirit that each distillery makes. You pair it with a cask with the end in mind. Now, that end could be a 30-year-old single malt, it could be a 21, or it could be a 15-year-old single malt, or in the case of Gordon MacPhail, an 80-year-old single malt. And that is the single point of difference that Gordon and MacPhail has from anybody else. So it's fundamental to understand that is we are concerning ourselves incredibly with the quality of the cask. And every time we do something, we learn. And we're blessed because we've been doing it for 130 years through one family. So unlike most businesses, we've got continuity all the way through. So if anybody's got any questions around that element of things, that would be great. Now let's come on to Gordon MacPhail and Benromach. One of our dreams was to own a distillery. And we tried over the years, because if you imagine it like a clock, at perfectly at 1 minute past 12, you've started making spirit, okay? Now, it then comes into, and you put it into the cask just after that point. Then it matures. Now, it can mature quite far around the clock, as you can imagine. Then you choose the right moment to bottle it. Now, we have a great phrase in our business, and that's do right by the whiskey. And you've heard the other gentleman talking about that tonight. That's critical. Bottle the whiskey when it is ready and it's at its peak and is an outstanding example of that spirit. We're not here to compete with the distilleries. We're here to complement them. We have two names on a bottle of whiskey, our Gordon MacPhail whiskey, Gordon MacPhail and the name of the distillery. We wouldn't be here 130 years later if we weren't honouring that distillery and making sure that we complement what they were doing. Or, to be honest, up until even for a lot of distilleries to present day, actually we've been their ambassadors. About 20 of the distilleries we've been bottling over the years have been done as distillery labels, i.e. we were the licensed bottler for those distilleries. And that, to put it another way, we were doing them when they weren't. So again, to the point of Peter, we're the fundamental building blocks of that independent world. And well, Charlie MacLean and famously Michael Jackson and many other commentators in the world of whiskey have said if it wasn't for George Urquhart, we'd not see. Michael Jackson famously said, if it wasn't for George Urquhart and his family, we wouldn't know single malt whiskey as we do today. He single-handedly kept the amber light of aged whiskey burning while the industry had their head turned to blends. Now, our friend Charlie MacLean said, George Urquhart could truly be said to be the grandfather of single malt. So there's the legacy that we live out today. And we're blessed because today my cousin Stuart and his team have the pleasure of looking over the legacy of John and George Urquhart with some of the casks that were laid down by the first generation and we still have today. And it's all to do with making sure that you do right by the whiskey and you're using the finest quality oak. Because to the gentleman's points before, the distilleries all produce fantastic spirit, but unique to itself. What we're doing is how do we complement that spirit and bring it to you, the consumer, as an outstanding single malt.
And truly, you have some outstanding single cask bottlings. And very often I find that you have single cask bottlings which are even better than the whiskeys that you can find from the distillery. A lot of distilleries that are usually don't do their own bottlings, and you take care of the casks, maybe much more sensible than the companies are doing it for the blended industry. So at the end, it turns out that you have the best casks of the distillery you can find on the market, which is quite interesting.
Well, because we're focusing on that, and we're not filling, the distillers are filling tens, if not hundreds of thousands of casks. We're filling a very small number each year with each distillery. So it's a very different structure. We're also filling specifically to create an aged single malt. But of course, when they're making their spirit and putting it into cask, they're doing it because the predominant focus of that output will be as an ingredient towards one of their fabulous blends. So there's a distinct difference there. But also we're determining the output. So I use the term nature and nurture. The nature is the DNA, as it were, from the distillery. Now, like a human being, how we turn out as, say, a 25-year-old person comes down to an element of that, of course, but also an element of the environment we've been brought up in. For example, were you exposed to music? Were you exposed to dance? Were you exposed to education, sport, literature, etc.? What's been the influences in your life? What's been the quality of your upbringing? The environment you've been in? Has it been a caring, loving household? Has it been a traveling household? What has it been? It's going to, of course, influence how you've turned out as an individual when you're 25. So,
and now some of our customers are afraid. They notice in the internet that you stop buying spirit and put it in casks. So should they be afraid that they can't buy Gordon MacPhail anymore at the end of the year?
Not at the end of the year, no. We've laid down obviously whiskies for 130 years, and the casks that we still have still go back to the 1940s of whiskey still in cask. And the reason it's there is because it's still amazing. If we felt it was going to be too old or to have too heavy an influence from the oak, we would have bottled it years ago when that balance was perfect. So if it's still there, it's there for a purpose, and that's really important. But to my point, we control that nurture. Now, you're asking about our future. Yeah, we've made a decision to take control of our future, because with our model of buying new make spirit, I'm fulfilling it by always being in a Gordon MacPhail cask. Our challenge, of course, is the fact that if somebody picks up the phone and says, sorry, Gordon MacPhail, we're not going to provide you spirit anymore, because as the guys have all alluded to, it's very precious. And also you've got the challenge of the intellectual property around the brand name and everything. So a lot of distilleries won't share their core named spirit with independent bottlers. They'll use a teaspoon variety or an alternative named variety. Gordon MacPhail have been blessed because of our heritage and history, and call it almost like a grandfather, right? We've been able to produce, we've had those relationships with the distillers to allow us to continue on using the name. And it's something we don't take for granted. But we know the world changes, and the result is that we can't risk being at the whim of someone else just telling us they're going to stop us filling. So we've decided, well, with 2 distilleries now, we can start taking control of our own destiny. So that's really important. And as I was saying, it brings us on to Benromach. We wanted to own a distillery, and we almost managed to secure Strathisla back on the 15th of April 1950 in a famous auction when the distillery was being auctioned. But we lost out to Seagram's and James Barclay, who was representing them at the auction. Or, as the real story goes, the organ player from his church was representing them at the auction. That's an whole new different story. Anyway, we tried many times, and eventually, when we were knocking on doors in 1993, UDV said yes, and we managed to purchase Benromach Distillery. It had been closed since 1983, when, of course, back in the early 1980s, over a third of Scotland's production was lost. So 1993 was a milestone in Gordon MacPhail's history. It took 5 years to rebuild the distillery because there was nothing about it.
What was the condition of the distillery as you bought it?
Oh, terrible. In that everything of any value had been stripped from it. Stills had gone. There was some beautiful old larch washbacks, which we managed to use the best of it to make 4 new ones. But we put in a completely new pair of stills, 1 wash still and 1 spirit still. We still had the original water source, which came from Chapelton Spring, which is the other side of Forres. We had our cooling water coming from the Sanker Loch as well, which was existing. But we had to really rebuild the distillery. And although we've completely different sizes and shapes of stills, we also went for shell and tube condensers as opposed to the old worm tubs that were originally there, and various other changes. Actually, when we compared the new make spirit with the samples we had from when we used to fill it for Gordon MacPhail before it closed, we were finding that there was a lot of wonderful similarities. However, being Gordon MacPhail, in Speyside with some of the biggest brands in the world, we said, look, what's our point of difference? Now, if you go back through Gordon MacPhail's library of whiskies in our sample room, and you look anything from Speyside pre-1970s or late 1960s, you'll notice there was a very different character of spirit back then. Lots of people had their own floor maltings or were doing their own maltings. The environments in distilleries were very different. And you notice that there was a sootiness, stroke, a little bit of sort of peatiness and smoke to the whiskies. And even after the whiskies have been greatly aged by Gordon MacPhail, and the samples you see from the 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s, of those whiskies, you'll notice at the back of old Macallans, old Glen Grants, old Mortlichs and Linkwoods and there was this hint of smoke. So with Benromach, we said, let's go back to the true taste of Speyside and introduce those whiskies, those characteristics. So today we use a locally grown barley. Our barley is always Scottish and from as local as we can get to the distillery. And we have it peated or malted to a phenol content of 12 ppm. And that allows us to introduce a little bit of smoke. Now, the reason for that is the world outside us kept telling us how incredibly beautiful these old whiskies were. And they had this sort of extra dimension to them with this hint of old smoke to them. And so we said, well, let's start with that. And being as we're a company that focuses on aged product and greatly aged whiskies, let's build in those flavor components. As Billy talked about structuring a whiskey, that's what we're doing. We want to build in these flavor compounds at the start. So over the period of evolution through maturation, we're going to get these compounds showing themselves in different stages and different states throughout its life. And by the time we get to a greatly aged whiskey, we're going to have such a subtle balance with a hint of that smoke, the contribution from the different casks we use, and the spirit character lasting to produce incredible whiskey.
I very much admire this hint of peat in all the Benromach whiskies. But nevertheless, tonight we will pour a whiskey from Benromach, which is unpeated, and that's quite unusual. Zero peat, Benromach contrasts unpeated. What was the idea doing that whiskey? Or before you answer, maybe we can all pour the whiskey in our glasses. And yes, we don't find the typical peat note, but the generous structure of Benromach is still there, or even more.
Yeah.
So what was the idea doing that?
To understand what the contrast is, you need to understand what the core is, because we're always talking about a contrast to that. So our core is, to our unique points, Benromach is made with local barley. It's got a phenol content of 12 ppm. It uses two types of yeast, both a brewer's and a distiller's yeast. We go for 2 days shorter fermentation, and by that I mean 80 hours, so it's still decent. Then we go for a further 3 days of long fermentations that are over 120 to 130 hours. And then what we've produced in the week goes into the filling store and comes out as one. We only use first fill casks, so first fill sherry and first fill bourbon casks, all specifically made to our specifications. And then they go into dunnage warehouses on site. What we have, so the contrast selection we have is when we change one element of that. So for this, what we've done is we've actually used unpeated barley versus our standard core peated barley. So we've got zero phenol content now, but we're still using first fill sherry casks, and everything else is the same. So this is why we get such a wonderful fragrant note to this whiskey. There's some lovely toasted nuts.
How long does it take you? How many runs does it take you to have really unpeated whiskey? Because I guess you have some phenol residue that needs to be removed. So how long does it take?
Well, there's a bit of a trick there, and so let me tell you about some of the other contrasts to let you understand this story. So what we have, we also do a 100% organic whiskey, which even the casks have come from a organic forest, and of course they're virgin oak because we haven't. I think there might be now, but there wasn't at the time any 100% organic sherry to season the casks with. So we use virgin casks. But when we do that, we have to clean the entire distillery down, including taking all the fuse oils out of the low wine and spirits receiver, that's where your heads and tails and feints all go prior to going into this spirit still. So we take all of this wonderful fatty oily residue out of the cask and keep it out of the receiver and keep it, clean it down, and then we run with Benromach Organic, and then we actually put it back in again, because that's really critical. You've heard the stories of Clynelish and people changing filters and changing particular elements out, and they lose their waxiness. Well, to that very point, we don't want to lose the character we get for Benromach, so we put it all back in again. So when it comes to doing something like this, we go and make sure the modifications to the distillery to make sure it is clear, and we're not getting just a slightly lesser smoky expression, because you've actually just get all the traces of all the smoke in it. So, which is really important and such a great question, by the way. Thank you.
And we're running a little bit out of time, so maybe I give the opportunity to the audience at home or here in the room to ask Stephen a question. No question at home?
Well, no.
Maybe I add something interesting for me is that Benromach is a distillery that I know for years. And lucky me, I was announced Spirit of Speyside ambassador at the distillery 2018. And at the same day, it was also together with Ian Urquhart, who was also Speyside ambassador, lifetime achievement. Unfortunately, a really, really nice guy, and unfortunately passed away last year, and which is very sad. I have very good memories to the time that I spent with him, also later at the Spirit of Speyside Distilled Festival, sitting with him at the main door and putting lanyards and glasses together all day was just a great experience.
Yeah, well, do you know what? That's a testament to all the family members. They very much are part of a community. So that was Ian, who would have been our former managing director. He's my late, sadly very late uncle. But he was always thrilled and delighted just to be helping out and lending a hand, supporting the community, supporting ventures. Ian was actually one of the people that founded the Spirit of Speyside Whisky Festival 26 years ago with some other insightful visionaries in the industry, which was brilliant. And today, of course, Michael's no different to that, as are the other members of the family, always taking their position at the table to help move the industry forward. So,
thank you. We have a question here from outside.
Yeah, so the question is, with the 130-year anniversary this year, what else can we expect? Special Benromachs, Connoisseur's Choice, some really old stuff. What can we expect?
Well, on a local level, at our store in Elgin, we have done an absolute fabulous Connoisseur's Choice Linkwood exclusive to the store, and from 2008, Linkwood, of course, is synonymous with Gordon MacPhail. It's from Elgin and it's local, and everybody remembers our stunning 15-year-old and 25-year-olds over the years, as in distillery labels, of course. We also did a 1994 Glen Grant in the sort of top end of the Connoisseur's Choice range. Now, these are 130th anniversary exclusives for the store, but we're going to be doing these with some of our partners around the world as well. So hopefully with our importer in Germany, we'll select a cask specifically to sort of mark the moment and our reputation, and of course our relationship and partnerships with our different distributors around the world, because most of them are very long-term relationships, and folk and families we've been working with for multi-generations, and that's dear to Gordon MacPhail. So there's that. We just released our Mr. George Legacy 5th edition. This was an unbelievable 1954 Glen Grant, 70-year-old. And of course, following the principles and philosophies of Mr. George himself, my grandfather, it was priced at the most wonderful, attractive offering. And it's proved to be incredibly successful. In our 130th year, there was, of course, 130 bottles for the entire world. And the demand has been incredible. But the whiskey, for a 70-year-old whiskey, it was unbelievable. The quality and balance, poise, depth of flavour, and the sheer complexity, without losing that Glen Grant character, was brilliant, sensational. And later this year, we have got something really remarkable. All I'll say for now is it's truly, it sort of defines what artistry in oak is in terms of maturing whiskey in oak. And it's got the fingerprints of many generations of our family all over it. So there's a subtle hint to what's coming, and it's going to be out in October. You'll see some releases about our partner and things like that leading up to it. But that is truly, truly exciting. And but yeah, and thanks for the opportunity to talk about it.
I will very much looking forward to have the chance, hopefully, to try the 70-year-old Glen Grant. You recently poured me in back in Elgin a 60-year-old Glen Grant, which was amazing. You have the best Glen Grants, I have to say, that are existing. And it was so great to talk to you, Stephen. Thank you for all the information you gave us about Gordon MacPhail, about Benromach. That is very much appreciated. And I hope to see you soon in Elgin, or maybe also in future here in Cologne for tasting. And
I look forward to that very, very much indeed. And well done tonight. What a fabulous lineup, and great conversations from yourself and all your contributors. So Slanjava, wish everybody a wonderful weekend and enjoy many happy drams, everyone. And thank you for having me, Peter, and the team there. Thank you for all your support.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
Thank you to Canada. And maybe you can stay for a second, and when we welcome our next guest, which is a dear friend from Scotland, the manager of a distillery, the distillery Tamdhu, a very knowledgeable guy about whiskey, a guy that also knows how to drive big lorries. Amazing what he is doing. He's a guy with a lot of energy under his heart. Welcome.
Guten Abend allerseits. Guten Abend. Hi, Stephen. How are you?
Good, Sandy. Sandy, they've not mentioned how good you are at swimming. Because you're fantastic. You do many breadths of a mash.
You remember that? Yeah,
washback,
that was what, 5 or 6 years ago when it was the whiskey festival when we were online. So I mean, it was remarkable, and it's fantastic having all this technology now to be able to do this.
Yeah, just for the audience, and Sandy, we have to do this again. It was so much fun. So there's a program on television called Would I Lie to You? And we had 2 panels. One was the young guns against, let's say, the old hands. So it was Alan Winchester,
George
Sandy, and
Richard Forsyth from Forsyth, the Coppersmiths. Dennis
Malcolm.
Yeah.
And they were against some of the young ambassadors from the industry. And it was so much fun. And they have to tell stories, and you have to try and guess if they're telling the truth or if it's a lie. And Sandy is so good at it, you couldn't tell either way. And every one of them, you just wanted to believe. I was the chair of the thing, and I had to try and control the event and keep the arguments between the teams civilized. But the biggest challenge of all was just trying to speak while you were laughing so much, because the stories were brilliant. So you're going to everybody who's listening, you're going to have a phenomenal time with Sandy. He's such a great guy. So many great stories, and produces brilliant whiskey. So that's going to be awesome. And if you get the chance to hear some of the stories, make sure you tune into that, because it's
Stephen,
just brilliant.
You're right. There's been so many icons on this call tonight. It's been fantastic. I've listened from the very beginning. So listening to Billy, yourself, you know, there's the lineup you've got tonight, Peter, is absolutely fantastic. You should be immensely proud of the whiskies, but more than that, it's actually the people you've got involved tonight. So really well done for that. Really well done.
Thank you so much. And I'm very happy and honored that you're all joining us here tonight, and you're taking the time to be with us. And I know you're taking more time than planned, because we are a little bit out of time tonight. But I'm very, very, very happy to have you all with us. And Sandy, is always, as Stephen said, it's always fun to be with you, to talk with you, and to climb with you over casks somewhere in the distillery.
There's nothing better than being in a warehouse and actually sampling from casks in a warehouse, is there, Stephen? I mean, that's just where you get so much experience. You can get in depth into so many different flavors and what's going on over ages and cask sizes. And again, you know, talking about smaller casks and the influence there, and what Billy's doing with the two different stave types, you know, rotating round in different ends. It's absolutely fascinating. It really is. And it always surprises me that we've been in this industry for 200, 250 years, and yet we're still learning. Still learning. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Sandy, all the best tonight. You're a superstar, sir. And it's a pleasure to have shared the screen with you.
Have a nice time out in Canada.
Great to see you. Thanks.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, Peter. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
And Sandy, you're winning prizes over prizes for your fantastic whiskies very often at the Spirit of Speyside Festival. Also the audience here in Cologne, which are judging also for the Spirit of Speyside Festival, they are very fond of the Tamdhu expressions, all the ones you gave us. And I think you won prizes all over the world.
We're doing exceptionally well. I mean, we're immensely proud, and actually to win awards locally, whilst they maybe don't have the bottle presence necessarily, you know, to sort of extol the qualities of the whiskey, it makes you immensely proud when you're winning it locally against friends and competitors at other distilleries. Whilst we are competitors, we're still friends with each other. So Aberlour Distillery, Benromach Distillery, you know, these are people that are in our industry that are people that you're going out and meeting in the local bars and having a pint with some nights. So it's fantastic that we're still able to achieve that in our industry when so many other industries are very, very competitive. To be able to...
You're going to bars to have a pint?
Sometimes it's a pint, sometimes it's a dram. I mean, you'll know, Peter, the last 2 nights I've been down at the Highlander Inn down in Craigellachie, and it's always a great delight. It was actually 4 Germans last night that came in, and they ordered, ironically, and I'm not lying, I saw that they poured a Tamdhu 15 for them, and I went round and spoke to the 4 guys and said, can I ask why Tamdhu 15? And they said they had been in the Craigellachie Hotel the night before, had a Tamdhu 15 in there, thoroughly enjoyed it, and so they wanted to have another one. And I thought, great, this is what we love to hear. We love to see people enjoying our whiskies. That's why we make this fantastic product, is so that people drink it, not so that people, as Stephen was saying, that people are putting a bottle away and hoping it goes up in value. We make it to be drunk. Let's face it, and it's such
true. It's made for drinking, and it's true what you said, that everybody in the industry in Scotland knows each other. Everybody is, of course, a competitor in one way, but also friends together. And that's what I like with all my Scottish friends and all the companies I work together in Scotland. It's really nice to work with Scottish companies and to be with friends with everybody. And so it's good. You can see that tonight we have now half of our guests, and everybody knows each other. And
we meet each other at events. We meet each other at festivals. As I say, even when you're walking around doing your shopping, you're meeting folk in the street as well. So it's great. It's such a friendly industry to be involved in. And then, of course, you're meeting people all around the world as well, which makes it even better. And yes, we get fantastic support when it becomes the Speyside Whisky Festival from all your great customers and friends and colleagues out in Cologne, because we generally get shortlisted, and we've been shortlisted again this year, delighted to say, for 2 of our expressions, actually Tamdhu 21-year-old and Tamdhu Distinction. So you'll be seeing them coming your direction to do some judging on, I'm sure, relatively soon. So fingers crossed, please, with that.
Fantastic.
The support that we get from Germany is exceptional. And it's testament to the quality of the whiskey that we're producing, though. I mean,
and Germans in general like sherry cask matured whiskies very much, and so of course with your fantastic sherry expressions you have.
Well, this is it. I mean, for those of you that maybe aren't so familiar with Tamdhu, one of the things that we're immensely proud of, actually the 2 things that we're immensely proud of, to be honest, one is it's all natural colour. That's something that our company owner, Leonard Russell, he has touted it at different times. Particularly, we had An issue came from Taiwan at one point where they were saying that the colour maybe wasn't as dark as previously. And the question was, do you think we should add caramel? And the uproar that created within our own company, amongst our blenders, amongst myself here at the distillery, our marketing director, our whisky ambassadors. And actually Leonard had just planted that seed so as that it was to see whether we were totally bought in with that. And we are. We are, no, natural colour. Be natural colour. Be proud of what you've got in your casks. We've been talking about it already tonight. The casks influence things so much, obviously all that colour, but not only that, so much of the flavour as well. So be proud of that. And then the other thing that is very much our number one is that we're only ever sherry matured from beginning to end. And I never use the word from start to finish so as that it doesn't confuse anybody. Finish maybe introduces this part of, oh, are you finishing in sherry casks? No, we're doing it from day one to 15 years to 12 years to 18 years to however long. It's only ever been in a sherry cask. And we are immensely proud of that. We used to be the only distillery that was actually only maturing our single malt in sherry casks. And I think now there's actually two of us. I think another local distillery to Tamdhu that's very well known has reverted back to only maturing in sherry casks. And again, I've got to say, Tamdhu has been exceptionally lucky because we've perhaps had some of that legacy from that other distillery as well. Again, for those of you that are not familiar with Tamdhu, it's 1897. It's been around for a lot of years. It's not a new distillery, but it was previously owned by Highland distillers who own Highland Park, who own Macallan, who own Glenrothes. And the cask policy was very much along the same lines as Macallan Distillery. The same cooperages that were supplying Macallan and actually continue to supply Macallan supply Tamdhu. So the spirit and the maturation that's going on in the cask is very much along that same style as Macallan. And it has been of great benefit to us, I've got to say that, because there has been that legacy of the cask has remained with Tamdhu when Ian MacLeod's bought this distillery back in 2012 and brought it back into production. We were very, very lucky to have quite a lot of stock in our warehouses at that time that allowed us to build the Tamdhu brand. So it's been very, very fortunate in that respect.
I think Macallan was yesterday. And
yeah, well, today. I mean, I can't say it, Peter. It's for the drinkers to say what they think of the whiskey. I do keep a bottle of Macallan up here on the shelf behind me around the corner, just to let people maybe try a Tamdhu 12 and a Macallan 12, and people can make up their own minds. But we're here to talk about Tamdhu, so we're not here to talk about other distilleries. So.
And talking about Tamdhu, you're sitting in front of this nice shelf. Is this part of your new visitor center?
Don't say the word visitor center. Oh my gosh. I'm sitting right now in a very pleasant evening here at the distillery. I live at the distillery. And unfortunately, this isn't my house, but we do have a VIP house. And instead of having a library with books, if you're fortunate enough to ever be invited to the house and stay over, you have free reign of all the whiskies behind me and others as well. This is some of our core range just kind of behind me here, some of our single cask bottlings behind me over my right-hand shoulder. And then on the left-hand side here, we've got some of our special releases that we do for the Whiskey Festival, some batch strength releases, and then some things we do for China, for the Chinese New Year and such like. So it's a great place to come and experiment and try sherry matured whiskey, because people actually think sherry matured whiskey can be quite one-dimensional and very much around that sherry bomb. And I think one of the things that I try and do when we do have guests here is to talk a bit more about the influences that's coming from American oak, Quercus alba, and European oak, Quercus robur, because it's those two different grains of the wood that bring both different colours but also different flavours to sherry matured whiskey. And then it's the hard work that the blenders do to then marry up that American oak, European oak, first fill, refills, and then produce these exceptional range that we've got of the 12, 15, 18, etc. behind us. And you know, I've got a lovely glass of 15 here in front of me as well. So that is where I try and spend a wee bit of time talking about wood, because people think American oak, oh right, it must be bourbon barrels. No, it is a sherry seasoned cask, Oloroso. It's only ever Oloroso that we use here at Tamdhu. It matches up exceptionally well with the fruity new make spirit. It was interesting again hearing earlier talking about the spirit character that comes from the distillery, because Tamdhu is bursting out the bottle at you. If you knows our new make, it's so vibrant, it's so energetic in terms of come and smell me, and it's this lovely pears, a hint of green apple that's there as well, and that then going into Oloroso seasoned cask allows, particularly with American oak, allows a lot of the distillery character to still be there as well. And then you get this in a wee bit more intensity coming from the European oak.
So we all poured our 15-year-old.
This is a dram, Peter, that has grown in me. I'll be the first person to say I'm one of the joys about working with Ian MacLeod Distillers is, and it's the same for Gordon MacPhail and the independents. We aren't constrained by being able to talk openly and talk honestly, as perhaps some of the bigger companies are. Tamdhu 15 was never one of my favourites until about last year. I felt that there was maybe something a bit missing from it, but I've got to say it's just developed in my palate in this last 12, 15 months, and it's now my go-to Tamdhu. So it's really, really grown in me. Tamdhu 15, I mean, fantastic, as I said, natural colour. What we've got here is a mix, so we'll say a blend. It's not a blend, it's a single malt, but a blend of 50% European oak, around 25% American, and then 25% refill. So we're getting the subtlety of the American oak, the vanilla, where we're getting some of that softness of the tablet, but then we're getting the more fruitiness that's coming from the European oak. So Slange. And that's for 46%. And again, you know, we were talking about strengths earlier. I heard Billy talking about it. Tamdhu, one of the releases that we do for our whiskey festival, is usually about 60-61%. And it doesn't have a throat burn on it at all. You don't even need to add water to Tamdhu at 60%. I can take it at any strength from 63-64% down to 43 that we do our 12-year-old in. It's just a lovely, mellow, smooth, soft whiskey that you're able to drink at any time.
Sandy, there are two questions from the audience.
I see one of them online.
Is,
I can see it beside me.
So first question. Are you excited about any bottlings coming out soon that are going to be extraordinary? And second question, the one you saw, what do you have to do to be invited in your guest house there?
Well, I'll answer the easy one first, which is what I have to do to be invited into the Tamdhu guest house. It is very much you have to be invited. You can't, I know you can perhaps maybe book some of the houses at Ardbeg and Bowmore now, but Tamdhu, because we don't have a visitor centre here, we only ever invite perhaps distributors, perhaps maybe Peter, if he was over, we would say to Peter, listen, come and stay with us overnight. And he's nodding his head now, and I think he's already got that idea in his head. I know where I'm staying the next time. But it is very much an invite only. So it's if you maybe speak to distributors, are looking to maybe do something around a single cask, we'd invite you in here, stay over. And it's a house about being sociable. We don't have television here. We have a record player. We have vinyl. We sit and listen to music and drink good whiskey. I mean, what more do you want? What a great evening. In terms of what are we doing in the future, it's been very interesting. Because when I started at Tamdhu just over 10 years ago, we had 2 bottlings. And when I look what's behind me now, it's just phenomenal what has happened. But 10 years ago, we had 2 different releases. We had a Tamdhu 10-year-old and we had a Tamdhu 10-year-old limited edition, which was all from first fill European oak casks. And it's been really, really exciting to see the development of the brand and the releases. Because a few months ago, when Peter was over at the Whisky Festival, we launched Tamdhu 21-year-old. And that's us kind of coming of age, is what we've described it as. It's completely different from our 18-year-old, which we released 3 years ago, and obviously 6 years ago for the 15. And it's now us is really, I suppose, hitting the mark with having a range of age statement whiskies of our core range. We've been doing, as Peter says, exceptionally well in terms of the awards and winning. We won the world's best single, or a bottle I released was the world's best single cask single malt a few years ago. We were regularly winning for our first single casks as well. So the 21 has been the big statement for us for 2025. However, let's not rest on that. We've also been releasing just recently a 43 and a 46-year-old. The 46-year-old is in travel retail. And interesting hearing, again, Stephen talking about some older releases. We're working on a Tamdhu 60 at the moment. So perhaps certainly higher price bracket, but there's still things that we've got in the warehouses. And again, it's this relationship. It's casks that we bought back from Gordon MacPhail. So this absolute sweetie shop of casks that Gordon MacPhail have in Elgin, where it's old whiskies, we had to go back to them and say, can we buy back some old Tamdhu from you? And it resulted in us actually exchanging casks. And we managed to source some casks that Gordon MacPhail were wanting at that time. So, and it's again the great collaboration between the different whisky companies and the relationships that there is that allow us to do that. So it's fabulous. I mean, the industry is so buoyant, despite perhaps a wee bit slowdown in terms of production and a wee bit slowdown in terms of sales. But there is still lots and lots and lots of things happening. And as we said earlier, lots of new distilleries as well. So it's still very, very exciting times with Scotch whisky at the moment. Very exciting.
I'm looking forward to see the 21-year-old in next year's Spirit of Scotland Awards.
I'm going to be quite disappointed. I will say so. This is maybe putting pressure on the Cologne judges. I will be disappointed if we don't do well for Tamdhu 21, because it is an it. Again, I thought Tamdhu 18 was exceptional. It's a very, very long, creamy finish.
It is, yeah.
But Tamdhu 21 is completely different. It's a bit more oily as opposed to creamy, and got a different taste profile, flavour profile completely. So it's fabulous. It's fabulous that as an industry that we've got this ability to produce lots of different flavours from lots of different cask types, not necessarily. Tamdhu a wee bit more restricted in that respect, in that it's only ever going to be Oloroso and only ever sherry mature. So, and we're very proud of that, and just want to stick with that basically.
And do you plan to bottle more of the 18-year-old in cask strength?
No. What we decided to do 3 years ago at the Whisky Festival was that we would release the Tamdhu 18 and an 18-year-old, 1,000 bottles of 18-year-old at cask strength. And it sold exceptionally well. And then this year for our Whisky Festival, we did the 21-year-old and 250 bottles of the 21-year-old at cask strength. And I've got to admit, it sold out very, very, very quickly. Just, a limited number of bottlings like that, 250 bottles. It's not many. We're always open and honest to see how many bottles there is in a release, how many, and often the bottles are numbered for the Whisky Festival. It's 1,000 bottles we do for it as well. So I've got a bottle of the 21 limited edition behind me, but that's only ever comes around when it's the special releases for the Whisky Festival, Peter, I'm afraid. So.
Now you're going on with the Dalbielli range for the festivals.
It's great. It's great fun. I mean, one of the delights that I have, I would say, is it's always me that's authorising a release from Tamdhu. So the batch strength releases that we do, which is similar to a cask strength, we're up at, well, batch 8. I haven't done anything for batch 9 yet, but they're all different. The Dalby Alleys are all different. I mean, the depth of the colour in the Dalby Alley is phenomenal. And, you know, they're such a great whiskey. As I said before, they're £100 for limited bottles, 1 to 1,000. So it's essentially good value as a whiskey. It's at 62% strength, unlimited. Yeah. Have you managed to get all 7 or 8 of them so far, Peter?
I think I missed this year's. That's number 7. Have them all, but maybe I missed number 8 this year. I don't know. Was so busy. And then do you still have? Do you still have it?
Does it still have it?
I missed number 8.
For you, I will find one. Don't worry. Don't worry. Maybe that day that you come and stay overnight in this fantastic VIP house, there'll be a bottle here.
That sounds good. And then having a Dalby Alley.
It's all the more inviting for you now, isn't it?
And after having a couple of drums, I guess you drive me again with your big lorry through the space.
That's right. Of course, you did that with me with McPherson's. Was that 2 years ago? I forgot.
Yeah, exactly. And that was an amazing story. Yeah. Are you still driving around with the big lorries from McPherson's?
I was taking a mature whiskey last week from it was Diageo blend that I was taking down to their bottling facility down in Glasgow. So yeah, I still do that from time to time, and it's good fun. I mean, it allows me access to lots of other distilleries where people maybe don't know who I am, so I can find out what's happening. I can find out what production is going on and hear all the different rumours that are going round about Speyside at any one time. So it's good fun. I enjoy it.
And when do you sleep?
Well, I'm not going out driving tonight. I've had a whiskey or 2, so I'm not. I'll tell you, I'm not doing it tonight.
But do you have enough time to sleep?
Yes. I always find time. I always find time to sleep. I have no problem falling asleep at any time. It's not a problem. And not at work. Not at work.
That's excellent. Especially not at drive.
No.
So is there there's a question in our studio audience.
Sandy, you also selling Tamdhu
cigar? Yes.
It's just a noir gang, or is there something special behind?
We do. I generally do a release each year. So in fact, bottles of it just up here behind me. In fact, I've got bottles to that way. That's one there. We release 4 will be coming out this year. I'm doing some work with a cigar maker towards the end of July down near Edinburgh, and it's a release that we've worked with. And again, we've got a lovely humidor in this house as well where I am, where we brought cigar makers here, and because I don't smoke cigars, so I can't necessarily do the pairing on my own. But bringing cigar specialists and then going round and selecting from different casks has allowed us to do our cigar releases. And we're up at, it'll be number 4 that'll be coming out probably towards the end of this year. We're working on that just now. And it's very, very much influenced around European oak and first fill casks. Very much first fills.
So excellent. It was a real pleasure to have you with us.
Well, it's my pleasure being with you and hearing, as I said earlier, hearing everybody else's discussions and chat as well. I've actually learned things about Gordon MacPhail that I didn't know about, so that's great.
So we all learned so much already, and we had 6 guests, and we learned already a lot, and had a lot of fun, and we're still going on. And I think it was Billy in the first round who said, "Have sweet dreams," or it was Fred who said, "Have nice sweet dreams." We have 4 whiskeys to go, and after that, I guess we will.
Well,
have
I
3
do
drinks.
think you've got a heavy night there, 10 drams. That's pretty good going. Although it's definitely the way you want to spend a Friday evening, that's for sure.
And every dram is better than the other one. It's
Good. And you've
all
got a
good
great
drams.
lineup, and as I say, some fantastic icons that are really insightful to listen to as well. The knowledge and experience that these people have got is absolutely great. I mean, I'm in awe. So that says something as well.
So thank you very much for being with us, and for the nice talk, and hope to see you soon in the space side, or whenever you have time, maybe also in Cologne in the future.
Well, thank you. Wonderful.
Slange. And I'm very happy to introduce you now all to another dear friend from Glen Moray Distillery. Comes Ian Allen, and I know Ian also since years now. We did a lot of tastings together and a lot of tours with customers that I have at Glen Moray Distillery. And so, Ian, I'm very happy to
delighted
see you tonight.
to be here. Good to sit in and listen and hear all the stories. I was listening to Sandy there. It reminded me when I first started in this industry 20 odd years ago. My first trip to maltings was the old Tamdhu maltings. They've sadly since disappeared. That's brought back memories.
It's scary how quickly how quickly time has passed since we demolished them. I mean, because that's 7 years ago, and yet in some respects it just feels like 3 weeks or 4 weeks ago. And it's the old story. Once something is gone, it's gone. And there's so many memories, and we took lots of photographs. And in the old stairs, there was fire escape stairs at the back that the operators used to go up to change the slides for the malt deliveries into the different bins. And some of the guys would go up the stairs and be obviously so tired on the way up the stairs, and it was very, very dusty on corrugated iron, and they would write things in the dust. So we took, and I can't even repeat the things on this.
I was going to say.
But there was lots of things written there that we took photographs of, just as memories, because as I said, once it was gone, it was gone. But yeah, fantastic quality malt that came from the malting seed at Tamdhu. Although we've still got, the records dating back 1949, 1950 it was, when the box maltings opened up and they were taking on the staff and the head engineer at the time. We've got the wages book, and there was a lady visited us from Canada around, must be 8 years ago, perhaps 7, 8 years ago. And her dad had been one of the persons that had started in November, it was 1949, and I was able to bring out the old wages book and show her dad's first week and what he was paid when he joined here at Tamdhu. So it's great to have those memories in history.
It's great, especially when you can share it with folk who've just dropped in for a visit. Yeah,
I always think this is just our short period of time looking after distilleries and being involved in the industry. You're leaving a lot of legacies for the next generation and the generation behind them, and you hope that they have the same passion and enthusiasm that we do.
Hopefully.
Listen, I'll let you go on with you, Ian. It's lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you.
So I want to hear a wee bit what your chat is as well. So have a nice evening, folks. Auf Wiedersehen.
Thank you again, Sandy. See you soon.
Thank you.
Take care and have nice dreams. And Ian, where is? Are you in Scotland or in a different country?
I know,
so
actually.
Right
I had to adjust my seating because I'm sitting where I normally sit when I do these online tastings, but the sunshine was streaming in and I was a bit of a silhouette, so I think I've kind of spun round a little bit, managed. But no, this is sunny Speyside. This is Elgin. And I think the last time you were here, during Spirit of Speyside, it was equally as sunny. So I think you're the continuing factor here. So you're welcome anytime if you bring this weather.
The sun and the weather is much better than the reputation.
It's not quite. Did you say? Did you say you had 33 degrees today? We're not quite there. We're about 22.
We are I would love to be in Scotland now
Okay.
with 22. Fantastic. Stephen said he's in Canada with 18 degrees in the afternoon, and we have 33 and might go up tomorrow, and it's definitely too hot. So I'm looking forward to my next Scotland trip to have a little pause from this ugly weather
Yeah,
here in
with you
Cologne.
buttoned up with a bow tie as well. It's you're looking very smart, but I imagine
True,
that's not
true.
good in the heat.
Yeah, but it's very thin on the other side, so it's
As long as it's not
okay.
naked down the other side, we don't need to see that.
Don't turn around. Okay, Peter just said I should not turn around. So.
I'm enjoying my whiskey here.
Maybe I
John,
don't.
you put me off it.
Talking about whiskey, you brought us a fantastic whiskey from Warehouse One tonight.
This is one of our Warehouse One collect. This is actually last year's release of Warehouse One. We're about to, in fact, we've just put the order in for the distilleries allocation of this year's Warehouse One, which we can talk a little bit. That's going to be a couple of tequila casks that we'll be bringing out, so you can look out for them. Not launched yet, but certainly will be landing very soon. Last year's release were a couple of Rioja casks. Before I explain a bit about the whiskey, just this collection of whiskies that we have, Warehouse One, it was kind of born back in 2019 as a series that we then called Curiosity. And the first one was the cider cask, the infamous cider cask, which I'm sure some of you have heard of. We brought out a cider cask Glen Moray, which we thought was whiskey. We were perfectly confident it was whiskey, but the SWA decided that they didn't think it was, so they gave us a little slap on the wrist, told us that we weren't allowed to do that again, so we didn't. But it sold really quickly. I think, the controversy of it really helped. It gave us a lot of coverage. It gave us a lot of press. People were interested to try it and see what it was like. So that was the birth of this range of whiskies. Now, we had a couple of years where it was labelled as Curiosity. We decided to rebrand it as Warehouse One purely because we'd kind of painted ourselves into a bit of a corner, because Curiosity, it was curious for us. It was curious for Glen Moray, but it might not necessarily have been curious to the whiskey consumer. It was some casks we were taking out that had been tried many times by other distillers and brought out, but it was something that we hadn't done before. So we rebranded it as Warehouse One, and Warehouse One, for anybody who has been to Glen Moray Distillery, is where we house all of our experimental casks. The reason we keep them there is because that's where we take tours. We like to show off. We like to kind of show the kind of extent of the casks that we house at Glen Moray, because we've got such an eclectic mix of some really kind of weird and wonderful casks that we're experimenting with that we've got laid down. So it was born off that cider cask, the success of the cider cask, and just the understanding that the whiskey community were always keen on trying something different, something new, something intriguing. And that kind of takes us up to last year's releases, which were the two Rioja casks. Now, interestingly, the two, one was peated Rioja, and the one was a non-peated Rioja. There was a couple of other differences. One, the peated Rioja was a finish, whereas the non-peated Rioja was fully matured. So the fully matured Rioja really kind of screams the Rioja. You've given it full 8 years, full maturation, whereas the peated Rioja cask, because it was a finish and because you've got that inherent flavour profile from the peat, it kind of pushed the red wine to one side. So it kind of whispers the Rioja a little bit more. So they were same cask style, but two very, very different whiskies. The one we've got tonight is the non-peated, the fully matured Rioja cask from 2023. It's 8 years old. Now, I don't know if anybody's tried it yet or knows it yet. You got it there? The reason I say this... The reason I say this is because some of you might be confused. Some of you might pick it up and go, hold on, I thought you said you were giving us the non-peated Rioja. But there is, especially when you taste it, I think in the nose it's slightly more masked, but when you give this a little sip, there's a slight kind of phenolic profile to it that comes through. There's a slight smokiness lingering in the background. It's not at forefront, it's not heavily peated, but kind of you lined up this whiskey rather nicely with your discussion with Stephen Rankin earlier when I was listening to him about, cleaning out the faints tanks or the foreshots and faints tanks when you've got a peated batch running. And this is a period of time back in 2015 where we went through an experimental process of seeing how long it took for the phenols to drive through the system. If we didn't take out the foreshots and faints, which we do now, if we just left them and let them return, how long would it take for us to kind of lose that phenolic character? Ultimately, about 2 weeks is the answer before the phenols completely disappeared. And this is about a week and a half into that process. So this, despite not being a peated whiskey, has a slightly peated profile. And we got it checked. We decided to get it measured. We sent it off for analysis. We wanted to see, where it's coming in, and it's 1.5 parts per million. It's very small. It's almost non-existent, but it's there. It's prevalent. You still get it. And then on top of that, what you've got is that lovely kind of full maturation in the Rioja cask, the Rioja Tempranillo grapes. It brings that lovely kind of high tannic, slight plummy note to it. Real fruitiness. It is 59.8% ABV, so it does have a bit of a kick to it. It's cask strength. The Warehouse 1 series have all been cask strength. So you've got that lovely kind of balance of intensity of flavor with the intensity of alcohol. It doesn't feel too fighty. I can't remember, I heard somebody, I think it was Sandy in the last chat, talking about some of the cask strength Tamdhus they've done. Doesn't feel too fighty. I always feel that Speyside spirit, by the nature of where we're maturing and the climate, this wonderful sunny weather that we have, it just helps to mellow out a Speyside spirit and gives it a lovely softness and mellow character. And even at 59.8, it doesn't feel too fighty.
No, it's really good to drink, even with nearly 60% alcohol. And I'm not sure if I would like to add some water or not. It's easy to drink like this.
I always feel with Glen Moray, whenever we do cask strengths, they never have you reaching for the water. It's not your first instinct. Even, we did some younger single casks that were clocking in above 60%. And even those, I always find, maybe I've been drinking whiskey too long and I find it too easy to enjoy. But it always just works as it stands. Water does open it up. It's always a personal preference. But for me, Glen Moray just is a super drinkable, super approachable at whatever strength. If we're doing 40%, if we're doing 60%, it comes in nice and soft.
Ian, I have a question. The controversy you had with the SWA didn't stop you from doing illegal experiments too. Well, more or less. So I know you had, what is it called?
Schnapps.
Yeah, it was a spirit drink in the end. What is the R1 syrup? Now I lost it.
Maple syrup.
You had maple syrup casks. Not whiskey in the end, but what else can we expect? Are there going to be iron brew casks soon?
That's, by the way, the reason last time I visited Ian, I didn't get a whiskey from him. The first thing he poured me was a schnapps. So a schnapps, what we would say, a spirit. And but I was amazed with this spirit that you poured me. The best schnapps I ever had.
That's a very kind compliment. Thank you. So that one, our maple syrup casks, they were released for Spirit Speyside. We'd been sitting on them for a little while. And, I'm coming up to 25 years now and releasing different whiskies. And not that I'm blasé about it, but there's some you're like, yeah, we've seen this before, we've done that before. That was one where I was like, yeah, this is different. This is unique. I'm excited about seeing these coming out, seeing what people think about them. And what people thought about them was exactly what we expected. It split the room. I was following very closely a lot of the chatter on social media, and some of the comments were, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Some of the comments were, best thing I've ever tried. There was a blind tasting at the Bonaccord in Glasgow where a group said that we got straight on the phone the next day and ordered it, and I loved that about it. It created a bit of passion, whether you didn't like it or whether you loved it. You had something to say about it. You had something to comment. We weren't brave enough. Stephen Woodcock, who's head of our whiskey creation, him and I, when we were talking about releasing these, both of us wanted to kind of poke the bear a little bit. We wanted to annoy the SWA and call it a whiskey. But our general manager, who's both of our boss, he was like, no, I had to clean up the last time after cider cask, so we're not doing that again. So he stopped us from trying to piss off the SWA. Not that I recommend you do that too often. We haven't got anything in the warehouse right now that's going to cross the line into spirit drink where we can't call it whiskey. Well, we do. We've still got 2 of the maple syrup casks because we ordered 4. 2 of them we filled as finishes. So the 2 that we released were a 9-year-old and 11-year-old with they'd had 2 years in the maple syrup. So it was 7 in bourbon, then 2-year finish, and then we had the 9 in bourbon, 2 finishing, 1 peated, 1 non-peated. The other 2 maple syrup casks that we received, we actually filled with new make spirit. So they're still maturing. They're just 2 years. They'll be coming up to 3 years this year, maturing. So they're about to turn into what we would call whiskey if the casks would permit that, but sadly the casks don't. So it'll probably be another 7 years or so before we actually bring those out. So we'll bring those out at some point. But beyond that, we don't. We are talking about doing a collection of spirit drinks, whiskies that are not allowed to be called whiskey by nature of the cask maturation, because our tagline, our marketing tagline for Glen Moray is Cask Explorers. We've got this long history, this legacy. If we look at the original documentation, the handwritten ledgers that we've got at the distillery of what we were filling back in the early days, some of the casks we were filling back in the early years of the distillery were Sacrovino, so church wine. We were going to the local church, taking the casks that they had for communion wine and putting our spirit into them. And back then, it wasn't about brand extension or increasing the range. It was just necessity being the mother of invention. Where can we get casks? What can we fill them into? And that was what we're doing. That's kind of continued. And I always like to say, but I can't back it up with an absolute cast iron guarantee, but I always like to say that I think we probably have more cask variety than any other distillery in Scotland. Especially if we take individual wine varieties. We've got so many, Rioja is just part of a full collection or a suite of different wines that we've been releasing over the years, and also that we're sitting on at the distillery. So a lot of exciting stuff sitting there. With the exception of those 2 maples, not quite iron brew level, although I think that would be pretty awesome. I was super keen to do a Buckfast cask, but somebody beat us to it with, I think it was Master of Malt, did a Buckfast cask. So I would always like it when we're first to the punch. I like to see us.
Maybe we can provide you with some sauerkraut casks.
Bring it on. We're open to everything at Glen Moray. It's funny. It was, I've done a lot of tastings and events like this, particularly online ones, where I've listened to distillers talking about protecting the spirit and allowing the new make spirit character to come through. And then they put me on, and I've got some of the crazy, wacky arse casks that we've done where the spirit character takes a back seat. We push it into the background. Now, when it comes to our core range, we don't do that. We don't like to let the cask overpower. We're looking for that balance. These limited editions, they burn brightly very quickly. We want them to be exciting. We want them to be fun. We want them to create a bit of discussion. And if the spirit has to take a back seat, so be it. Sometimes that will happen. As long as they're good, as long as we think at the distillery that we're bringing out something that we like and we think is good, then it will come out. Don't get me wrong, there's sometimes where the casks don't hit, they don't work. You know, a good example is Fino. Now, when we do our non-peated spirit in a Fino cask, Fino sherry, it doesn't seem to work. It doesn't hold. So we've never released that. We've done our peated in Fino because, for whatever reason, the style and the character and the flavour just seems to suit the cask. So, yeah, so we'll do it if we think it's good. We're not just doing it for the sake of doing it. It's not just bringing out something to be different.
One of the fantastic whiskies I had from you was, by the way, this nice Glen Murray's Elgin Anniversary Edition Chardonnay cask. Amazing.
Yeah, I think I think I took that one when I was doing the tasting in your shop back in. I was checking. Yeah, I was.
You did.
I was checking the date.
Right,
that
yes.
was 2022. I can't believe that was 3 years ago. Yeah, a great
Already,
tasting,
wow.
but my resounding memory is the terrible hangover I had on the train back to Frankfurt the next morning. So
I have no idea what
neither do I. It
caused
must
this
be the German
hangover.
climate. It didn't suit me or something.
And now tequila cask is very interesting. It's very controversially discussed, the tequila or mezcal cask. I think I guess you already had it. So what can we expect from tequila cask?
So the tequila cask, so we kind of threw it into a couple of tastings during Spirit Speyside. So it has had a little bit of an airing in public. People have tried it. It's got a lovely fruitiness to it. Surprisingly, the kind of fruity citrus notes that come through are the kind of key talking point about it. But to contradict myself slightly, when I was talking earlier about, you know, Glen Moray never being too fiery, this one, the tequila's got a bit of heat to it. It's got a little bit of spice, a little bit of kind of white peppery note to it. It's one where, you know, with a couple of drops of water, it's just blossomed a little bit. And blossoms, you know, I just stumbled on that, but it's quite floral as well when you add the water to it. So it brings out another side to it. So what I like about these different casks that we bring out through Warehouse One is that they all offer something different, and the tequila very, very much does that. It's, you know, that Chardonnay cask that you've got there, that was kind of a celebration bottle, didn't come out as Warehouse One, but could quite easily have done so. You know, it was very different, quite unique. You know, we'd done a lot of Chardonnay casks before, but that Elgin edition was very different in style that we've seen from the Chardonnay casks that we've done previously.
So excellent. Is there any questions in the audience, even live here, our audience, or on the way?
Yeah, so there are a couple of questions online. One is, do you still have the warehouse experience where you can just smell casks?
Absolutely. You can come in. We've got a lineup in the front of the warehouse where the bungs are slightly loose, so you can pop them out and shove your nose in, have a nose of the whiskey still maturing. I'm not sure that this is a world exclusive for you, and I don't even know if I'm meant to say it, but hopefully nobody from our marketing team is listening. But I am currently working on developing a Warehouse One tasting experience. We are looking before the end of the year, having up and running, depending on HMRC. I've never really had too many dealings with His Majesty's Revenue and Customs. So to have some duty paid stock in a duty free warehouse, this is work I haven't done before. So if I can get that over the line this year, we'll have a cask tasting experience. So we're going to take it one step further than just nosing the casks. You can come in and we'll be dipping them and actually tasting them as well. Nobody knows that, so don't tell them I told you that yet.
And are there any special events like Star Wars events or something like that you especially have in your mind?
So I would do a Star Wars event every day of the week. In fact, I've still got my Stormtrooper costume sitting in my office, which occasionally when I'm feeling slightly low, I'll just put on the Stormtrooper helmet. Cheers me up no end. It is tricky to enjoy a dram in a Stormtrooper's outfit, I must admit. Not the most comfortable to do a tasting in. But because Spirit of Speyside occasionally lands on May the 4th, which for the Star Wars fans out there is Star Wars Day, then I just took that as license to dress up and have Wookiees walking around the warehouse and scout troopers, stormtroopers, Darth Vader and everything. Just basically, I always take the approach with a tasting, if I think it sounds fun, then somebody else will think it sounds fun. So this year at Spirit of Speyside, we did a choose your own adventure. So I don't know if you get these in Germany, but back in the kind of 90s, when I was growing up in the 80s, 90s, we used to get these books where you followed your own adventure, you chose a different page. So we decided to do a tasting where you chose your own adventure. Not everybody did the same tasting in the room. We poured you a couple of drams. If you liked dram 1, then you went off in one direction. If you liked dram 2, you went off in another direction. So we always just look for something fun. So thinking caps will be on for next year pretty soon because we like to get behind the ball as fast as we can. Yeah, we'll be thinking about next year's events and what other silliness we can get up to.
So thank you very much, Ian. It was a pleasure to see you, to talk to you, and to listen to you, and all the news you gave us. Thank you for being with us. It's
been an absolute pleasure. I'm echoing the thoughts and the words of everybody that's been on before me, but what a lineup. I came back, I missed the first talk, I missed Billy. But after Billy, I kind of jumped on and managed to follow everybody. And it's just been fascinating to listen to, absolute icons of the industry, people who've got, years and years of experience, from, companies local and further away. It's a pleasure. And to do it with yourself, Peter, we've known each other for a number of years. You visited the distillery for a long time. It's great to come on and support you and help you in any way we can. And as I say, 2022, that's too long since I've been back to the shop. We need to get something in the diary very soon.
We should do that, definitely. And this year maybe, and before that, in late summer, I'm quite confident we will see us
look forward
again
to
in Elgin.
Absolutely.
And we have now another guest, which is Stuart Baxter. Do you know Stuart?
I do, yes. We were doing a tasting at Spirit of Speyside just recently.
Yeah, the last time I saw you, Ian, you had a pink elephant on your head, or you were in a pink elephant. I don't know which way to say that.
It could have been either way, but by the end of it, yeah. So, and we were chatting on the chat before, and the last tasting we did, that there was a trophy involved, and somebody here won it, and it wasn't Stuart.
Thanks, Peter. I'm going to be leaving now. That was lovely.
I was asking him backstage if there was a trophy involved tonight, but I don't think there is. So he's quite safe tonight.
Good. Oh, thanks, Ian. That's very generous of you.
But it's lovely to see your happy face again.
You too. I completely forgot that I was actually going to be joining. I've been enjoying the chat so much, and of course Peter says my name. I'm like, oh yes, I'm actually on this tonight.
The night is getting older and the guests are getting younger.
Thanks, Peter.
That was our idea. Actually, Stuart, you talking about age, I would say you would be the last in the row today, but we decided because of the whiskies, peated, non-peated whiskies, you jump a little bit ahead. So welcome to the Long Spirit, Scotia Spirit online tasting night.
No, thanks. Good to have you. It's always a pleasure, and as Ian said, it's an incredible opportunity to support you, Scotia Spirits. I think the last time I was there was probably 2022, 2021. So definitely to get something organized.
And that's not the first time you're joining us in an online tasting. I remember you did that before for another company, a company that we had already this night.
It's always a pleasure to listen to an old boss, Mr. Fred Laing. Always insightful and what an absolute icon of the industry. So yeah, no, it was really cool. That Scallywag Noir is a hell of a whiskey, isn't it?
It is. And you brought us, you now with Speyburn Distillery. And Speyburn is a little bit a hidden gem in the space side. It was for a long time. But now you opened a visitor center and you won, I think, 2 or 3 times at the Spirit of Speyside Festival, Best New Attraction of the Year. And it is so wonderful to visit Speyburn nowadays. And I guess you get much more recognition of the brand now with having this
Absolutely.
new
We
visitor
opened the visitor centre for the first time in our history. I think it was 3 years ago. So 3 Spirit Speysides ago was the first time that we opened up. And it's such a remarkable distillery. And I always start when I talk about Speyburn is it's one of the most historically significant distilleries in Scotland. And that's such a big statement. But as you know, when you come, we opened in 1897, much like Tamdhu. And when we did, we actually installed the drum maltings, and a few people will know. And if you want to Google now and have a wee search through, you'll be able to see photos of them. And what a remarkable piece of history they are. They were installed in 1897. When we first went round the distilleries, we went round with Ewan Henderson, our master distiller. We went round with Sandy, who was with the distillery for 32 years, retired. And then his wife got so sick of him that he started as a tour guide on the Monday. It was great. It's like 3 days he made it at home. And we walked round the drums, and it's this very large building attached to the distillery. And it's 3 floors. So the logical explanation is that it was floor maltings. So that's what we actually started with the tours saying. And then we went through a lot of patents and a lot of the history. And it turns out, no, they were never, ever floor maltings in Speyburn. In fact, the drums they're actually German made. It's Henning's pneumatic malting system was the patent. They were actually built, and then the building was built around them. So they were purpose built. And when you think going back into the late 19th century, imagine the people walking around with monkey shoulder and complaining at the pub that they've been turning barley all day, and then some guy just clutch on, clutch off with this brand new technology in the middle of Speyside. It's just incredible to think. But you've been, Peter, and you were there just the Spirit Speyside this year.
Yes, I was, and I was enjoying visiting the distillery, having a nice drum, and especially last year we had this nice evening with this. I don't know the English term of that. A little pork that you prepare, and the whole pork comes on a
spit.
A stick.
Roasted pork on a spit.
Roasted pork on a spit. Yeah, that was amazing. Together with some drums, live music, and everything. That's things that you can experience nowadays at Speyburn Distillery during the festival. And for so long time, it was just closed for the audience. And I think it's very well done that you opened it for the
and
public.
it's such an incredible distillery in that regard. So it's 4.6 million litres now. We upped the capacity in 2013, 2014. And you know, going around the distillery, it's such a great experience because it's still such a hand-focused aspect of looking at the fermentation, still 72 hours. That was part of the expansion. That was obviously our bottleneck. So we expanded that out drastically. So now we've got 19 washbacks since then, upped our capacity very drastically. The 2 spirit stills are still running into worm tubs, so one of only 20 odd distilleries. Our wash still, which is my favourite still in all of Scotland, 27,000 litres. We could get 28. Guys are a bit scared about the wash spilling over into our shell and tube. But that giant wash still that sits up on the pedestal feeding into the 2 spirits. And it's just, everyone I think has this opinion of Speyburn because of where it's been and where it's been positioned at a price point for a long, long time. And then watching people's eyes just light up as they come into the drums. This building that was 1905 for 1887, then decommissioned in 1967. And they didn't do a final pull-through. They left pieces of barley. There's a fire extinguisher in there from 1967. And they locked the doors and left. And that was it. Sandy, who I'd mentioned earlier, had not been in that building for 24 years because there was no need for him to go in there. And it's amazing watching people walk around and see these huge, beautiful drums and their eyes light up. And every time that Ewan and I get to take tours around, we're still kids in a candy shop of this remarkable building. And it's now protected. It was protected in 1987 by the Scottish Trust. So we can't do anything with it. And back then, of course, 1967, if you had this huge space in the distillery site, all of the you're going to rip out all of this at that time redundant machinery and replace it with something new, more washbacks, expand out. And for whatever reason, thank God that the distillery manager at the time did not do that. So now we have a protected piece of not just whiskey history, but Scottish history that we cannot touch and cannot replace. And it's such a privilege to be able to share that with people. And when we first opened the doors 3 years ago, Ewan had maltsters, we had Richard Forsyth, who was mentioned earlier, we had ambassadors, distillery managers, all messaging Ewan and I, asking to come round and see them because we'd never opened the doors. We'd never made it accessible to the public. So it was such an incredible thing to be part of, opening the doors to share that lovely piece of history.
And since then, also the range of whiskies a little bit expanding. You had a 10, 15, 18-year-old, and now we have a new one, a rum finish.
This is quite new. This was the tail end of last year that we released this one. This is not going to be the only one that we released that is focused on cask finishing. We've got 2 more that are still to come. And then we've also released our new travel retail range, which is going to be First Fill Bourbon, Kentucky, Bordeaux, which is Grand Cru Classé Bordeaux casks, and then our sherry, which is a remarkable one. It's a marriage of Manzanilla, Fino, and Oloroso sherry casks together. But yeah, it's expanding out. And the rum cask that we have tonight is a consistent offering. So we're not going to be getting rid of this. It's not a limited edition. It's a consistent offering within the range now.
And what can we expect from this nice rum? Let's pour this fantastic rum.
Yeah, I think considering we've been behind schedule and we've missed a break for everyone, I think this is going to be a little bit of a break for the palate for everyone. We've had some intense cask strength whiskies, and of course this is 40%. And what Benromach is, as you know, is a spirit. I think you've tasted the new make before. It's very ester led. Now, just to kind of give an idea of the consistency and texture of this, when we go through the production process, we've got a lot of copper contact, as I said, huge stills, running shell and tube. But what really changes and has this kind of juxtaposition, let's say, of what you would expect typically from worm tub distillation or worm tub condensation is that you get loads of copper contact. We've got 72-hour fermentation, so let's say on the longer side, nowhere near Billy's crazy 100+ hours at Glenallachie, but you're still getting loads of esters, fruity tropical notes. But due to that starvation of copper in the worm tubs, you get nice viscous texture to it. So inevitably the finish is a bit longer. But what you'll see here, this is all refill bourbon, no first fill going into this. This is second and third fill casks majority. Then we've re-racked it into rum casks. Now, much like Ian, I hope there's no marketing people from my side on the call, but it is Thai rum casks. I'm actually drinking the rum that is used for it here. It's Thai rum casks. And we do a maximum 9 months, but on average, we're probably leaving in 7 to 8 months in rum casks.
It's quite unusual using Thai rum casks. Most of the rum drinkers don't know Thai rum. We have one here on the shelf. It might be the same that you used from your company, which is a really decent rum. Would you say it is different maturing a whiskey in a Thai rum cask than in a Caribbean rum
You're going
cask?
to pull out some slightly different flavors, but ultimately the real focus is the cask itself. As long as we're getting, it's all American oak that we're using, so we're really focused on the quality of cask. That's the key figure here. You're still seeing some slight differentiation, and the rum that we're using is not as funky, let's say, as a rule of thumb for kind of more Caribbean rums. It's much more clean, it's column stilled as well. So it's not a massive difference, and arguably we probably get a bit more control with the rum casks that we're using purely basis the rum that was in it before. But it's given this very banana leaf, fruity, juicy, and I think everyone will agree that this is probably a welcome break to go into the last 2 drams that are going to be a higher strength as well. It's easy drinking, and that's what Speyburn was all about. It speaks for itself as our tagline, and it's all about juicy, sweet, easy drinking whiskey that's not going to cost you an arm and a leg, that you don't have to think about reaching for it again. And, you know, please drink responsibly. Speyburn promotes responsible drinking. But you'll pour another dram and another dram and another dram, and it's just so easy to get through a bottle. I would have loved to be drinking this rum cask, but the reason it is so delicious, we were doing highballs this past weekend with some friends, and forgot that we had this tasting for the rum cask tonight. So I do apologise that I'm not drinking it, but I am drinking the rum that it was finished in.
Stuart, can you give us an idea on the age of the whiskey?
Less than 10.
I mean, it's a non-age
happy to say less than
but
10,
yeah.
but putting up towards that number.
I think drinking it now is a little bit like after a big meal of heavy meat and other heavy courses, you're having a little break with a very soft, light dessert before we go on with the cheese blend.
Absolutely. It's not complex. And I was doing a tasting the other day for some of our internal team, and complexity doesn't necessarily mean good, right? You know, you can have an orchestra of monkeys and it just sounds absolutely terrible. But if you have a single violinist, professional violinist, it's going to be incredible. Complexity doesn't mean good. You know, we've all know examples of complex whiskies that we're maybe not a fan of. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're bad whiskies. But this is what I think Speyburn is. There's layers to this, right? There's definitely flavors, and you can look and research into this, but it's not designed to be complex or intense. It's just designed to be a good whiskey. And I think that's what the team have done really, really well. And it's not to say that we don't offer things like that as well. As you know, Peter, not that we're selling this in any way, shape or form, but you and at the dinner that we were at with Hans of Fringa at the Downs with Lauren Murray, we were drinking a 1975, so a 50-year-old live cask that we were sampling out of the warehouse. And then at the distillery as well, we have distillery exclusives. So we do a cask sampling, cask strength, natural color, non-chill at the distillery, always available. So if anyone is in Rothes in Speyside next year or any time of year, you're always welcome to pop by.
And do you still have something in this very funny cask that we had this night where you said you just...
This is a great... Sorry, Peter. Yeah.
Some stories are sometimes sound like marketing. Someone brings out a fantastic whiskey, says we just found it somewhere. But you actually really found a cask that was lost.
So we have the last 2 years, and this year Ewan and I had the free reign to do whatever we wanted for our whiskey tasting at Spirit of Speyside for the festival, the event. And we decided, well, you know, everyone's here. We don't have to throw bottles and brands in front of everyone. Let's just crack some cool casks. So I'd gone up to with Ewan and the distillery, went through the warehouse, and we'd some down in the central belt of Scotland. So we were looking around like, right, what can we taste here? So there's a first fill bourbon, brilliant. That's the 1973 cask, 100%. The 1975, of course, we're going to crack that. So we had come up with this agreed plan. And then the day before Spirit of Speyside Festival, I arrived into the warehouse, and Ewan said, I need to show you something. So we walked in and we're looking around, and you know where it was situated. It's in the kind of the corners you come in. So I didn't quite see it at first. And I looked and I went, what's this? And I turned back to Ewan, and he's just this big smile on his face. His eyebrows are raising. He's like, yeah, we found it. I was like, what do you mean? And for everyone at home or everyone listening, we found, or Sandy, the distiller that was there for 32 years, he took a break wandering around the dunnage warehousing the week before Spirit of Speyside. And he was wandering now at Speyburn. We've got 2-floor dunnage. So it's a 2-floor dunnage warehousing. So at the bottom floor, we have kind of forgotten casks going into the 70s. But 74, 75 was our maximum. And Sandy was walking around, and he notices one of the casks at the very, very back corner. And this is a kind of forgotten section of the warehouse. And he found a sherry puncheon from 1973. It was a 4th fill. Barcodes, everything on it and tagged. And what we think has happened is a dumping run where this has been registered as dumped. You know, we went to the lab team, it's been registered as dumped. But whether it was a lazy warehouseman, a hungover warehouseman, they didn't load it onto the lorry, is what we think, and it was left there. So we we included it in the tasting, and you got to sample it, Peter. And what was so remarkable about it, the 1975, which was re-racked from bourbon into sherry in 2017, was dark, super, super dark. This lovely 1973 was lighter than the rum I'm drinking right now. It was so delicate. And it was not necessarily the greatest thing you'll ever taste in your life, but how unique and vegetal, and there was these delicate fruity kind of guava notes that had on it. It was such a remarkable whiskey. And of course, a single cask can be quite dry, it can be quite intense. To be able to see so much distillery character after, what's that, 52 years? Remarkable dram. What did you think of it, Peter, when we cracked it and had a quiet a quiet sampling of it?
It was a great honor for me that I have the chance to try this very old whiskey, and it was an amazing whiskey that was made my night.
No, great. Not at Thank all. I really wanted to get. I mean, you're an incredibly knowledgeable whiskey ambassador for the whole category, and I just wanted to get your opinion on it because it's about sharing that, isn't it? We're in a really privileged position to be able to share incredibly unique and rare whiskey, and at the end of the day, that's all it is. You know, as soon as you slap a price tag on it, that's when everyone gets so excited. But it's just interesting liquid at the end of the day. It doesn't have to be the best thing you've ever tasted, but once we get to 52, 53 plus years old, it becomes rare and unique, and you don't see it nearly as much. So it's always a pleasure to be able to share that with other people that love whiskey and understand it to that degree.
This whiskey is more like a once-in-a-lifetime experience, having this cask and getting it right out the cask, and very complex whiskey. We have here the rum cask, which is a whiskey you can drink it every day. It's so easy, so soft, and perfectly dram for having it with friends in the afternoon or even for breakfast. It's a fantastic
you know exactly what I do with my Weetabix. You know, it absolutely is. It's gentle, it's sweet. There's nothing, again, too complex about it. And the one thing that always gets me, if you have an opportunity to compare this to our bourbon cask that used to be our Ardnahoe, that we rebranded and renamed because, I mean, I don't speak Gaelic. We don't expect the rest of the world to either. But if you compare it to our bourbon cask, what the rum cask is and what the subsequent two that are still to come is the bourbon cask re-racked into the rum and into the next two casks. So if you ever get the opportunity to sample them against each other, it's really interesting to see where it's been and how much effect that these rum casks have had on it.
And what other plans do you have for special finishes?
We've got a lot on the plate just now. As we all know, we've repositioned and rebranded, and that's been a real reset point for the brand in a big way. And when I say that, that also means the distillery and the objectives and what we're trying to produce with our cask maturation and our liquid. So we've got some really cool stuff in the pipeline that we can't talk about. Unlike Ian, I'm not at liberty to talk about it because I think I will get sacked. I'm not as important as he is. So we've got some really cool stuff, and the brand team are swamped with making sure that we get it across the line. But right now is just about sharing the quality of liquid that it is.
Okay, any questions from the audience here in the room or in the internet?
Yes, there is one question on your pricing policy. To find an 18-year-old whiskey below 100 euros, at least in Germany, that's quite rare. Do you think you can stick to this policy?
It's one that we've looked at for a long time. And whenever America's a really big market for Speyburn and has been historically. And anytime I went over, the first things out of people's mouths were, oh, it's just cheap single malt. And you're like, that's not giving it the respect it deserves. There's nothing wrong with being cheap single malt. But it was the tonality, this derogatory comment of, you know, it's just cheap whiskey. And you're like, I don't think you really understand it, what goes into this. And when people come to the distillery, they do get it. So pricing, we look at Lagavulin 16, for example, like that was so underpriced for such a long period of time. And I think Speyburn 18 is underpriced as where it sits. However, it's something that we want to sustain as much as possible, because the idea behind Speyburn is that it's accessible, not just from a liquid flavor point of view, but a price point of view. So that is a really sensitive subject for us. and a positive subject for the whiskey consumer is that it's something that we're going to try to keep as low as we possibly can. It's not about pricing it necessarily where it probably should be. It's about keeping it affordable and accessible for the consumer.
Any other questions?
Not so. Oh, okay, there is one. So, I mean, you answered it more or less. So the question is, how do you feel about the discounter image that Speyburn sometimes has with some people?
I don't have a problem, and I actually think it's a job for us to do. There's nothing wrong with the price point, as I've mentioned. We probably should be adjusting it to position it in people's minds a bit better. But I think we've got more of a job to do. We've not really paid attention to Speyburn or given it the nurturing that it deserves. And what I mean by that is sharing the story of what Speyburn is, and sharing the credibility and sharing the history and how important this distillery has been to us and to people and to the community. So I think that sits with us. There's nothing wrong with the discounter image. We need to kind of change what people's perceptions are of Speyburn from ourselves and projecting that out. That's the job to do. So part of my team and part of what we're trying to do is exactly that, is develop the story of Speyburn and be able to share that with as many people as possible. And then I think it'll be more of a, my God, can you believe that Speyburn is at this price point? That's amazing that they're able to do it, as opposed to, oh, Speyburn's a cheap single malt. That's a job for us, and it's an exciting one because, you know, Peter, coming to the distillery, it really changes people's perceptions of what Speyburn is, as opposed to just seeing it on shelf.
I think in general, you should try your whiskey. If you like it, drink it, buy it, and if it is cheap, you're lucky.
Couldn't agree more.
Stuart, thank you so much for being with us. It was great to see you again after our nice experience at the distillery a couple of weeks ago, and hope to see you soon. I guess in maybe late summer we see us again in Elgin or in the Speyside, and hope to see you also here in Cologne for a tasting with Speyburn. We never had a Speyburn tasting, by the way.
Well, let's see if we can organize something. Half of my wife's family are German, so they live in and around Cologne. So I think that's a good enough reason. Not that Scotia Spirits is already a good enough reason, but I think also I can bring some surprises for you as well.
Great. Of course, when you have family here, you should organize that.
No, Peter, thank you so much. It's an absolute pleasure.
Thank you, Stuart. Thank you for being with us, and we're jumping to our next guest. And I guess we lost one of our guests somewhere in the internet. So let's jump right, to the 10th whiskey. So for everyone at home now pouring a whiskey in his glass, the next whiskey should be whiskey number 10, not whiskey number 9. And then we might go back after this to whiskey number 9. But for now, whiskey number 10. And here the whiskey number 10 arrives already. And with that, I want to welcome my good friend, Andrew Laing. I just wanted to say Scott Laing, sorry, your brother Andrew. Welcome to our long evening with online tasting and a lot of great whiskeys.
Pleasure to be here, Peter. Thank you for having me. And I'm very impressed that everybody is staying up so late and 4 hours into a whiskey tasting. That's got to be a record, I think.
Definitely it will. And then at the end you get confused with names. I know your brother Scott for a long time, and we met actually first time this year, and we had a couple of nice days here in Cologne. I enjoyed it very much to having you here, and also our tasting and our private chats we had. So that was very nice. So I'm very happy to have you back here in Cologne on a digital way. And we introduce one of your fantastic new whiskeys from your own distillery. And even if you're, of course, also a company for blending and single cask bottlings, but at the moment you're getting recognized a lot for your new distillery.
Yes, and in fact, when I was visiting you in, I think it was March, we had just produced and bottled the Ardnahoe Bolsa release, but it was just a few days away from reaching your store, so we weren't able to include it in the tasting that night. So it's a great opportunity to be online here with you and talking about it tonight.
By the way, do you know Stuart? He's still there. And did you meet
Andrew?
before?
We've met very briefly, I think maybe 3.5 years ago at the Whiskey Show. Yeah, we've not really crossed paths much since then. But Ardnahoe, if I can just put in, I thought the inaugural release, I've not had this one. I'm really looking forward to trying it when I can. The inaugural release was incredible. And the design, the packaging, not just the liquid, I think you guys did an incredible job with it. And my wife and I we've got a plan to go to Islay this year for some camping, which is a risk on the west coast of Scotland later in the year. But I think we'll definitely swing by Ardnahoe because it just looks beautifully situated as well.
Excellent. Well, thanks. It's nice to meet you, Stuart, for the second time. And and thanks for your comments about Ardnahoe. You're most welcome whenever you're over in Islay. Just tell them I sent you and they'll look after you.
Oh, I'll be name dropping very heavily, don't you worry. But I'll leave you to it and enjoy. Peter, thank you again, Scotia Spirits and everyone for joining, and enjoy this next section. I know I'll be listening in.
Stuart, thank you very much.
Night.
Thank you.
And yeah, Andrew, we just said before that everybody knows each other in the whiskey industry, and that although the whiskey industry is like a family, and literally we already had your uncle tonight in the tasting, so it is literally a big family. Everybody joining the industry, and that's really nice because it's from my point of view, it's very nice to work with the Scottish whiskey industry and to have all the friends over here in live or even on the live stream that we have tonight. Ardnahoe Bolsa, yeah, you said it before. We wanted to have it in a tasting in March, but the pallet didn't arrive. So now it is here, and we have the chance to introduce it. The third of the Ardnahoes that was released.
Yeah. So the first bottling we released, in fact, over a year ago now, 13 months ago, was the inaugural release, which was obviously the first bottling from the distillery, and that was a limited edition, but quite a big limited edition, because we wanted everybody who was interested to get the opportunity to try it. We didn't want to be in the position of releasing a first bottling and only collectors buying it and putting it on the shelf. We wanted collectors to be able to get it because we believe it will be a nice one to keep for the future, but we also wanted people to be able to drink it and want to drink it. So that was, it worked quite well for us, and we were quite happy with how that went over. And then towards the end of last year and at the beginning of this year, we brought out our two core expressions. So the first one was the Infinite Loch, so named because Loch Ardnahoe on Islay is, we believe, the deepest loch on Islay. We haven't actually checked that by doing a depth analysis of the loch yet, so we might have to change the label in future if a different loch is proven to be deeper. But that's the core release, which is more matured in bourbon casks, more giving that very typical clean bourbon matured Islay profile. And then this year we wanted to complement that by having the second core release, which sits alongside the Infinite Loch, as being more sherry led, more sherry matured. So the Bolsa that we're trying this evening is it's about 60% matured, i.e. 60% of the vatting has been fully matured in Oloroso first fill Oloroso sherry casks, and then the remaining approximately 40% of the vatting has been fully matured in first fill bourbon casks and combined shortly before bottling, reduced to 50% alcohol, which we believe is a very good drinking strength. We bottle our old malt cask series at 50% and have done for a long time. And we carried that practice over to the Ardnahoe official bottlings. And of course, not chill filtered. Of course, that's the natural color of the liquid coming through there. And we're getting the typical quite red fruits, plum, raisin, kind of a little bit of maybe a slightly nutty characteristic, that typical drier Oloroso style coming through on the nose. Of course, the Isla peat is there, it's quite present. And then quite fruity on the palate. What we're trying to achieve is not so much a peat bomb. We're not trying to go crazy with the high phenols. What we're looking for is a balance between the fruitiness and the smoke and the other characteristics of a good Isla single malt.
So I really appreciate the sweetness of the sherry casks, adding up to the very soft smoke of the Ardnahoe with this expression. So did everybody pour in a glass so we can raise the glass and slanjava?
Slanjava.
And Andrew, are you sober? Not
I'm
drinking
afraid
at the
I'm not
moment?
drinking at the moment. Sorry, Peter. I'll have to live vicariously by watching you.
Andrew,
that's a very unusual picture, seeing Andrew not drinking anything.
I'm still recovering from our drinking sessions in Cologne in March, Peter.
Andrew, what is the meaning behind the name Bolsa?
So, Bolsa is the name of a set of caves in the north of the island, not immediately close to Ardnahoe, but not too far away in the vicinity of Ardnahoe in the northeast of the island. And we thought it sounded interesting and mysterious and romantic. And when you look at, when you see the caves, if you go on our website, there's a 2 or 3 second kind of clip which repeats again and again. And that's taken from inside the Bolsa caves. And it's quite nice. There's a nice sound to it. And we felt, as soon as I heard that name and saw where it was on the island, I thought that's got to be a good name for one of our expressions. So Bolsa and Infinite Loch are both describing geographical features within the region of the northeast of Islay.
Technically, you do some things different in the distillery, like the line arms. Can you tell us more about that?
Sure. So when we were designing the distillery, what we were trying to achieve was building a modern distillery, a modern state-of-the-art distillery, but taking the best features from the hundreds of years of Scottish distilling. So we opted to have an original 100-year-old mill that had been employed, we think, either at Fettercairn or Macallan Distillery in the past. We're not 100% sure which one. And we installed wooden washbacks because we felt and we were advised by our great friend Jim McEwen that we should go for wooden washbacks because they would potentially add 1 or 2% to the character of the whiskey. And then certainly the long line arms coming off the stills, I'm told they're the longest in Scotland. That's not what we were trying to achieve, but that's how it came out in the design. And then what we felt was quite important was to use worm tub condensers. So again, worm tub condensation, potentially adding 1 or 2% to the quality of the spirit. And someone who knows a bit about distillation once said to me, it's a bit like Formula One. If you're only adding 0.5% here or 1.5% there, it doesn't seem like very much at the time, but when you add up all these little incremental improvements, it starts to make a difference when you add them all up at the end of the day. And so we wanted to give the whiskey every chance that it could have of being exactly what we wanted it to be. And so, yes, these are the features of Ardnahoe. It still feels like a modern distillery when you're walking around it, but there are these little nods to the past, which are not there to be a museum, but they're there because we think they're going to add something.
Yeah, so for me, honestly, with all these new distilleries coming up in the last years, all the inaugurals we had from several distilleries, Ardnahoe inaugural was the best inaugural I had. So well done. Congratulations to this fantastic whiskey that you're creating there. And that's not a third expression. Can we expect more expressions in the near future?
Thanks for your comments there, Peter. That means a lot coming from you. And yes, we didn't want to rush the first release. We waited until it was all of 5 years old. We didn't want to bottle as soon as it turned 3 years old. So 5 years old. In fact, Infinite Loch and Bolsa are also 5-year-old whiskies. They just don't have the age on the label, but they are 5 years old as well. In the future, I think the plan is that we will have one more core expression, which will join the portfolio either at the end of this year or the beginning of next year. And then that will be the 3 core expressions kind of set for the coming number of years, maybe another 5 or 6 or 7 years before we alter the core range. At the same time, we will, of course, release the odd special edition. One I'm quite excited about later this year is one for our society. We've got Ardnahoe Society, where people have signed up to become members, and those are people who are happy to receive our newsletter that we send out irregularly every couple of months. We've just had the Isla Festival, which is a real fantastic highlight in our calendar, and that went very well, and we released a very small batch bottling for the Isla Festival. And I think for Germany, in fact, Germany has taken to Ardnahoe very well. We appreciate the reaction from Germany for Ardnahoe. It's really great, the response from Germany. We have a good distributor there that we work closely with. So there may be 1 or 2 special bottlings for Germany coming sometime later this year. That's an exclusive scoop for you in this.
Andrew, I have 2 questions. So now I'm a bit curious, I have to admit. Can you give us a sneak peek what the 3rd bottling of your core expressions will be?
I don't want to get into trouble from my marketing department, so I can't give the full details. But so the first 3 releases so far have all been bottled at our, what we say, and what is indeed true, is our preferred bottling strength of 50% alcohol. But there is the other side of it, where we also love to drink whiskies at cask strength. I know a lot of, probably Peter, a lot of your customers prefer to drink whiskey at cask strength. Ardnahoe is quite, the texture of it and the softness of it actually works very well at higher strengths. So maybe I've given a clue there that the next core expression might be a bit stronger in the bottling strength than the first 3 have been.
And the second question is, when you founded Ardnahoe, what would you say was the biggest challenge during this process?
I think we were so committed to the process and so excited about what we were doing that it didn't really feel too challenging or problematic, because if something was thrown at us, we would quickly deal with it. We had a great team working with us. The project manager was great. The architect was great. The builders were great. The company who built the stills and the mash tun and everything else, they were all fantastic to work with. So there were many challenges that come with building a distillery, especially on an island. And the winter, I think it was the winter from 2017 to 2018 was a particularly bad one on the west coast of Scotland, and the weather threw off a lot of delays in the process. And we had actually hoped to be distilling by April 2018, and it took us until October 2018 before we had the spirit running out of the stills. So I would say, speaking personally, the biggest challenge was waiting for the game to start properly. It was very frustrating to look at this building site for month after month and watch it slowly come together, but very exciting at the same time. Challenging, yes, but we didn't really feel it, and like I say, it didn't feel like a problem.
I also wanted to ask you, beside to Ardnahoe Distillery, of course, we know you and your company for fantastic independent bottlings and different ranges like the first editions we had previously, the Distillers Arts. We still, of course, have the old malt casks, which is well known and well received. We have the Hepburn's Choice range, which is quite well received here at my shop. And what can we expect in future from Hunter Laing?
So the independent bottling side of our business is very important. It's something we love doing, and we love working with our distributors and our customers to bottle single cask whiskies. So firstly, we're going to keep doing it. We're going to keep investing in laying down new spirit. We lay down every year a good number of casks from as many distilleries as we can, as many distilleries who will work with us, especially if they'll allow us to use the name of the distillery on the label when we come to bottle it. And yes, we have a good selection of whiskies from, I think the youngest independent bottlings we do are about 7 or 8 years old, up to we bottled it was actually a grain whiskey, which was the oldest whiskey we bottled, which was 60 years old last year. So that was quite exciting. So we're going to continue bottling more and more single casks under the various labels, the flagship brands being, of course, Old Malt Cask, Old and Rare, and the first editions. So look forward to coming and doing more and more single cask or independent bottling tastings with you in Cologne, because that's still a big part of the business, and it's going to remain probably the biggest part of what we do for the next 10 years or more.
Yeah, I have a whole range of first editions here beside to me. So it would be nice to have you back and doing a first editions tasting or a mixed tasting of all the different varieties you have in your portfolio. And now I look into the audience here live or the audience in the internet. Any questions?
Yeah,
there's a question in the audience.
For the when you build a distillery, how frustrating is it? You invest a lot of money the first hand, and you have to wait until you get your investment back. How hard is that?
Did you hear the question? I don't know if that works.
Sorry, Peter.
Okay, someone from the audience here in our room asked, after putting all the investment into the distillery, and it took a lot of time to get the return of invest, is that right?
Yeah.
And what is that frustrating or just part of the business?
No, it's absolutely just a characteristic of the whiskey business that you need to be patient. You need to spend a lot of or invest a lot of capital from day one, and hopefully you will get a return in 10 years or 15 years or 20 years. So that's not something we really think about or get frustrated about. It's just unfortunately a feature of the whiskey industry. Sorry, Peter. I think I've lost the audio. Possibly. Oh, I hear you now.
Okay. My question was looking into the future of the industry. As yourself and your brother are running a distillery, being an independent bottler, and being a blender of whiskeys, how do you see the future of the industry?
It's difficult when you don't have a crystal ball to know exactly what's going to happen. But all I can say is that we take as I said before, take the long view. We recognize that there's a bit of a downturn in the global economy at the moment. Interest rates have been high for the last couple of years, which people aren't used to. And so certainly it's more challenging now than it's been for a few years. But I'm confident and excited about the future of the whiskey industry. We're continuing to distill at the same rate that we had been doing more or less since we've founded the distillery. We're still investing in the best quality casks. We're still welcoming as many people as we can to the distillery, and actually because we've gone from 13, 14 months ago not having any of our own whiskey on sale at Ardnahoe to now having 2 or 3 or 4 bottlings on the shelf at the distillery. We're getting more and more visitors there, more and more interest, and that's kind of keeping the excitement going for us. So yeah, I think we've got to take a medium term or a long term view, and when you look at it like that, then there's a lot to be excited about.
So we're looking forward definitely to fantastic new whiskies that we can expect from you, and of course looking forward to good business together. And is there a last question?
No, not so far.
Okay, so it's getting quite late here in Germany. It's 11:30 already. So thank you so much for being with us, Andrew. And I enjoyed seeing you again and talking to you again, and hopefully see you soon in Scotland or either in Cologne. And definitely pass my greetings to Scott.
Absolutely. And thank you, Peter, for inviting me on here to talk about Ardnahoe. And yeah, I'd just like to repeat how much we appreciate your support and the interest and the enthusiasm of the German whiskey enthusiast or drinker or connoisseur, because Germany's becoming a great market it's always been a very good market for the independent bottlings we produce, but really an enthusiastic and fun market to be in when we're talking about and pouring Ardnahoe. So I look forward to coming more and more to Germany in the future and to seeing you and doing some more excellent 3 or 4 hour long tastings in your shop.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that, definitely. and hopefully it works. And don't go deep into it now, but send me an email about the October thing. Would be nice if that works.
I think it might work. So yeah,
And
we'll be in touch.
That sounds fantastic. And unfortunately, I can't pass you on now to another guest because we lost one of the guests. We will stick to the whiskey that we have. But for now, I think Andrew was our last guest tonight. Andrew, obviously, we had you at the end of the tasting because that was the only heavily peated whiskey. And that was the reason that we decided, of course, having that as the last whiskey. I guess you understand that. And yeah, again, thank you and goodbye and see you soon.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All the best.
So, Peter.
Wir können jetzt wieder Deutsch reden.
Wir können wieder Deutsch sprechen. Wir haben eine lange Nacht schon hinter uns. Es ist jetzt 11:30.
Ich muss ein bisschen an Wetten, das und Thomas Gottschalk denken.
Ja, da wurde auch mal lange, weil das waren noch diese guten alten Abendshows, die es gab.
Genau.
Da hat man sich einfach nicht drum geschert. Das hat dann lange gedauert. Das war live. Ja, heute machen wir es nicht mehr. Wir machen das nochmal. Ne? Wie in guten alten Zeiten.
Was früher die Samstagabend-Familienshow war, ist dann heute die Freitagabend-Whisky-Show.
Genau,
also,
das ist
warum nicht?
Wie bei Kuhlenkampf.
Genau.
Ich befürchte, die meisten, die online zugucken, wissen gar nicht mehr, wer Kuhlenkampf war.
Meinst du?
Oder? Obwohl, die zugucken vielleicht schon noch. Man weiß es nicht. Also, ja, also wir haben jetzt natürlich eine angenehme kleine Pause. Wir haben gar keinen Gast, auf den wir reagieren müssen. Schade. Also, wir hatten natürlich noch einen 10. Gast geplant. Wir haben jetzt gehofft, dass das noch technisch klappt, während wir Andrew drin haben. Hat aber leider nicht geklappt. Mal sehen, woran das liegt. Wie auch immer. Vielleicht passiert ja noch, während wir hier reden. Ich will aber auf jeden Fall natürlich bevor wir unsere Schlussworte sagen, nochmal auf den Whisky eingehen, den wir ja noch haben. Denn ihr habt noch das Fläschchen Nummer 9. Und in dem Fläschchen Nummer 9 ist ein Balvenie Whisky. Der kann auch durchaus ein bisschen später kommen. Ihr wisst ja, dass Balvenie Distillery eigentlich eine Brennerei ist, von der man weniger Peated Whiskys erwartet, sondern in der Regel eher fruchtig-süße Whiskys. In dem Fall haben wir aber einen Whisky, da kommt er schon. Vielen Dank. Da haben wir einen Whisky, der hat etwas Rauch. Er kommt aus der sogenannten A Curiosity Range. Ein Whisky, 14 Jahre alt, aus dem Bourbon Barrel. Und dieser Whisky hat kurioserweise etwas Rauch. Tatsächlich ist es so, dass ich diesen Whisky oder von diesem Whisky das erste Mal hörte vor gut einem Jahr. Damals war David Stewart, der berühmte Maltmaster von Balvenie, der 60 Jahre für Balvenie gearbeitet hat und dann mit 79 dann in die Frührente ging. Und der hier war in Köln und wir hatten ein bisschen Zeit miteinander. Zu dem Zeitpunkt gab es diesen Whisky noch nicht und wir waren unterwegs und David hat mir tatsächlich von diesem Whisky erzählt. Und zunächst einmal klang das im wahrsten Sinne des Wortes etwas kurios, denn er erzählte die Geschichte so, dass er sagte, es wurde ein Fass oder ein paar wenige Fässer im Warehouse gefunden, so ähnlich wie das Stuart heute Abend kurz erwähnte, dass man manchmal was findet, was man gar nicht erwartet. Und diese Fässer enthielten rauchigen Whisky, worüber man sehr überrascht war. Und wenn man sich das vorstellt, es ist nicht so romantisch, dass jetzt der Maltmaster David Stewart durch die Warehouses läuft und sich Proben von den einzelnen Fässern nimmt, sondern tatsächlich ist es eher so, dass es einen Warehouse-Manager gibt, der hat auch ein Team, die gehen regelmäßig durch die Warehouses und entnehmen Proben der einzelnen Fässer. Diese Proben werden dann gesammelt und werden dann ins Labor geschickt nach Glasgow, wo David Stewart dann auch zu seiner aktiven Zeit mehr arbeitete als in der Brennerei selbst tatsächlich. Und im Labor bekommt er dann all diese Whiskys, er probiert sie, was im Wesentlichen eher bedeutet, er riecht sie. Das heißt, er trinkt sie nicht alle, er riecht dann sehr viele über einen Tag und dann muss er zuordnen, was machen wir mit dem Fass, ist das in Ordnung für diese oder jene Expression, die sie auf den Markt bringen. Dabei fiel auf, dass ein 14 Jahre alter Balvenie, der eigentlich nicht rauchig sein sollte, dann doch rauchig war. Und das konnte man erst gar nicht erklären. Man hat natürlich sofort nachgeforscht, wo kommt das Fass her? Man stellte fest, das war Anfang des Jahres destilliert worden, also ganz sicher eine Zeit, in der man keinen rauchigen Whisky machte. Man hat auch doppelt geprüft, ob nicht das Fass selbst mal vorher, aus welchen Gründen auch immer, einen rauchigen Whisky enthielt. Auch das war nicht der Fall. Also wie konnte es denn sein, dass dieser Whisky dann überraschenderweise doch Rauch enthielt? Und die Wahrheit liegt dann darin, dass man wissen muss, dass Balvenie tatsächlich rauchige Whiskys herstellt, aber nur einmal im Jahr und zwar für genau eine Woche. Diese eine Woche ist am Ende des Jahres, das heißt kurz vor Weihnachten stellt man die Brennerei um, verwendet eigenes getorftes Malz und macht einen rauchigen Whisky. Das ist die sogenannte Week of Peat und diesen Whisky kann man dann auch erwerben als Week of Peat 14 Jahre alt oder 17 Jahre alt. Soweit ist das klar. Aber nach dieser Woche ist Weihnachten, dann ist die Brennerei traditionell geschlossen in Schottland und nach Weihnachten wird dann Maintenance gemacht, das heißt Reparatur, Reinigung und all diese Dinge. Und danach wiederum wird neu begonnen und man destilliert für die üblichen Balvenies, die man so kennt. Und offensichtlich muss hier an irgendeiner Stelle nicht ordentlich gereinigt worden sein oder was auch immer da passiert ist. Das heißt, es blieb Rauch an irgendeiner Stelle hängen. Also ähnlich wie Peter heute Abend die Frage stellte, wie macht ihr das eigentlich, wenn ihr dann einen nicht rauchigen Whisky macht und eigentlich sonst rauchigen Whisky, braucht ihr da länger für? Und das weiß Balvenie natürlich auch, weshalb die ordentlich reinigen. Und offensichtlich klappt das ja auch mit dem Reinigen, weil über Jahrzehnte oder jetzt über 20 Jahre hat das immer funktioniert und die Whiskys, die dann Anfang des Jahres produziert wurden, waren eben null rauchig und man konnte nach dieser Peat of Wheat das ordentlich hinkriegen. Aber offensichtlich hat in einem Jahr vor 14 oder heute 15 Jahren das mal nicht so richtig geklappt. Das heißt, irgendwo blieb ein bisschen was von dem Rauch hängen. Das ging in das Destillat über und damit hat man am Ende plötzlich einen Whisky, bei dem kein torfiges Malz verwendet worden ist, kein Fass verwendet worden ist, in dem vorher ein rauchiger Whisky drin war und dennoch hat man einen Hauch von Rauch im Whisky. Und wir haben den Whisky Nummer 9. Es ist jetzt euer letzter Whisky, den ihr in euer Glas geben könnt. Und wir haben schon typischerweise einen Balvenie, von dem man erwarten kann, dass er etwas fruchtige Noten hat, durchaus süße, karamellige Noten. Wir haben hier ein reines Bourbon Barrel, also 14 Jahre in einem kleinen ehemaligen Bourbonfass. Und das spürt man auch. Also diese typische Fruchtigkeit des Balvenie, aber auch die Süße des Bourbon Barrels. Und ja, da ist dann plötzlich ein Hauch von Rauch. Und da ist er. Und das macht aber Spaß, was ein ganz ungewöhnlicher Whisky geworden ist. Ich bin ein großer Fan davon geworden.
Da würde man sich im ersten Moment ja fragen, habe ich das Glas jetzt nach dem Ardnahoe nicht richtig sauber gemacht oder was ist
Richtig,
los?
genau.
Nee, aber es ist tatsächlich leichter Rauch. Schön.
Es hat so ein bisschen was von einem Whisky, den man trinkt, der ein süßer, fruchtiger Whisky ist und man sitzt vielleicht an einem Kaminfeuer, an dem so ein bisschen Rauch dann aus dem Kaminfeuer über den Whisky geht und dann hat man so einen Hauch von Rauch in der Nase. Und damit Slange war.
Ja,
Slange war. Schöner Whisky.
Ja.
Macht richtig Spaß, weil irgendwie finde ich, dass dieser bisschen Rauch da drin so einen kleinen Kick gibt, den den Whisky zu was Besonderem macht. Und jetzt wissen wir natürlich, das ist ja gar nicht bewusst produziert, es wird es also nicht nochmal geben. Aber ich finde es schön, sowas einfach mal zu haben.
Ja, auf jeden Fall. Schöner Whisky, schöner Abschluss. Ja, kann man schon mal machen.
Finde ich auch. Und ja, wir hatten einen spannenden Abend. So haben wir. Es ist doch schon einige Zeit vergangen. Unser Publikum hier im Raum ist immer noch, obwohl nicht unbedingt hier niedrige Temperaturen herrschen, darf ich mal so sagen. Denn wir mussten die Klimaanlage hier vorne ausmachen, weil sie zu laut war. Die große Klimaanlage ist kaputt und draußen ist es heiß und in Köln geht nie Wind, wenn es solches Wetter ist. Aber unser Publikum hat super, super durchgehalten. Von daher von uns mal einen Applaus an das Publikum. Das habt ihr toll gemacht und auch ihr wart sehr, sehr aufmerksam, was natürlich schön ist. Denn wenn es dann irgendwann laut wird, dann ist es immer schwierig bei so einem Tasting. Aber 4 Stunden, nein, 4,5 Stunden habt ihr wunderbar durchgehalten. Das ist natürlich klasse. Und an der Stelle gibt es noch Fragen von außerhalb. Das wäre noch so eine letzte Chance, bevor wir dann...
Eine Frage ist, ob wir ein Voting machen. Das ist jetzt heute, glaube ich, so ein bisschen schwierig. Und es war natürlich ein Wahnsinns-Line-Up. Also 10 Whiskys und dann diese 10 Legenden. Und da muss ich dann schon auch sagen, wenn man diese Legenden dabei hat und die dann aber auch immer wieder sagen, boah, was habt ihr für ein Line-Up? Das ist schon irgendwie cool.
Das stimmt, tatsächlich. Und ja, es ist schon toll, dass die Schotten auch alle bereit sind, bei uns mitzumachen. Ja. Und das wertet natürlich so ein Tasting unglaublich auf. Und es macht auch wahnsinnig viel Spaß, alle nochmal zu sehen. Und schöner Vorteil natürlich der neuen Technik, dass man dann alle in einem Abend sehen kann. Wann hat man mal die Chance, das zu tun?
Das stimmt.
Ja, gut, dann sind wir für heute tatsächlich durch. Ich will am Ende auf jeden Fall natürlich euch allen danken, die ihr dabei seid. Denn letztlich ist es auch nur möglich, dass wir das machen und dass alle aus Schottland dazukommen, dass wir die tollen Whiskys haben, weil ihr mit dabei seid. Würdet ihr nicht bereit sein, auch so ein Set zu bestellen und am Abend dann da zu sitzen und mit uns zu sein, wäre das gar nicht machbar. Von daher an euch alle herzliches Dank und auch an diejenigen, die vielleicht das hier erst in ein paar Tagen sehen, weil sie es nicht live schauen konnten. Und natürlich auch herzlichen Dank an das Publikum hier im Raum. Und dann selbstverständlich geht ein herzlicher Dank an den Peter. Peter, der ja viele Online-Tastings mitgemacht hat. Definitiv das allererste. Ich kann mich erinnern, dass Peter auch maßgeblich verantwortlich war für das erste Tasting, weil da war so ein Spirit da lass uns was machen. Es waren verrückte Zeiten damals. Und da hast du gesagt, komm, wir machen was.
Wenn ich mir jetzt noch mal so kurz den technischen Aufwand hier angucke und überlege, wie wir vorher wir saßen auf der Couch zu zweit, recht gleichzeitig eng und mit der Armlänge Abstand, wie auch immer wir das gemacht haben, hatten diesen aufgeklappten Laptop vor uns, eine wackelige Internetleitung. Es war schon ein bisschen anders als das, was wir jetzt heute hier haben.
Absolut, das ist so. Und dass sich das alles wesentlich anders entwickelt hat und dass wir heute so eine tolle Technik haben und so großartige Bilder, die da erzeugt werden, die natürlich eine ganz andere Dynamik erzeugen. Das verdanken wir natürlich unbedingt erstmal ganz vorneweg dem Klaus Keller, der die Verantwortung übernommen hat. Das ist ein Mann, der natürlich Ahnung davon hat, der das über Jahre schon macht, auch in wesentlich größerem Stil als bei uns hier. Und von daher ist es natürlich ein herzlichen Dank an den Klaus, der die Verantwortung übernommen hat und gesagt hat, ich mache das. Mit so einem tollen Ergebnis. Und daher gerne einen Applaus an den Klaus. Und was wäre der Klaus natürlich ohne den Ulfert Engelkes, der vom Anfang an, seit wir zumindest mit so einer Technik hier arbeiten, mit dabei war und auch viel seine eigene Technik mitbrachte, der auch schon Ewigkeiten in der Film- oder Medienindustrie ist. Das heißt, wenn ich sage ewig bei den beiden Herren, ja, die sind nicht mehr die Jüngsten. Das ist ein Spaß, aber die beiden sind wirklich sehr, sehr erfahren und von daher bin ich sehr stolz und sehr froh, dass Ulfert und Klaus das hier mitmachen und das auch heute Abend, ich konnte ja immer das Bild sehen, was die beiden hier erzeugt haben auf dem Monitor und das sah immer fantastisch aus. Es hat technisch alles geklappt. Wir waren ein paar Minütchen zu spät, so ist das. Das liegt aber nicht an uns hier, wahrscheinlich eher an YouTube, was auch immer. Also, ganz herzlichen Dank euch und dann würde ich sagen, sind wir um 23:41 Uhr durch. Ich glaube, wir trinken jetzt noch ein Feierabendbier und dann gehen wir nach Hause, oder?
Genau, eine Frage war hier noch, also welchen Whisky trinken wir denn jetzt nach so einem Line-Up eigentlich selber? Und ich meine, du hättest eine Flasche von dem Gordon MacPhail Glen Grant 70 organisiert, oder?
Leider nicht. Ich würde den auch gerne mal probieren. Das habe ich nicht geschafft. Aber tatsächlich hatte ich ja jüngst von Stephen Rankin ausgeschenkt einen 60 Jahre alten Glen Grant, der schon unglaublich gut war. Und tatsächlich hat Gordon MacPhail, das muss man wirklich so sagen, die besten Glen Grants, die man überhaupt finden kann. Fantastische Whiskys. Ja, nein, ich befürchte eher, dass wir jetzt tendenziell zu einem kalten Bier greifen, insbesondere bei den moderaten Temperaturen hier im Raum. Also, dann herzlichen Dank euch allen. Schön, dass ihr dabei wart und ich wünsche euch ein schönes, warmes Wochenende und wir sehen uns hoffentlich bald wieder hier bei Scotia Spirit bei einem dieser wunderbaren Summer Experience Tastings, die man noch machen kann. Guckt mal auf die Internetseite, es ist unglaublich viel los über den Sommer. Nächste Woche ist, morgen erstmal ist Barrel Top Night. Da gibt es leckeren Lachs, Käse und natürlich sehr High-End Whiskys auf dem Barrel Top. Nächste Woche gibt es dann Pub Night am kommenden Freitag. Pub Night hier mit fantastischen Homemade Pies und mit Live-Musik nächstes Mal tatsächlich. Das ist eine Besonderheit. Also kommt nochmal vorbei. Unsere Terrasse ist auch geöffnet bei diesem wunderschönen Wetter. Also macht's gut und bis bald hier bei Scotia Spirit.
Cool.